that you're using. But you need to back all of this back.
I need to tell you.
Hello, and welcome back to my channel where we are all crime, all black, all the time.
Actually seeing for the court's satisfaction that it came from a folder from the actual exhibit that you were using.
John, we will need a break and I will have our investigator do that. I've never opened it.
Is there any objection by the defense to them opening the exhibit and, because we need to, because right now, the court is not satisfied that it's admissible, but because right now, that could be any day, at any time, you know, and the court needs to, before we bring the jury back in, that to their satisfaction, be able to determine that this occurred at or near the time suggested before it's to be admitted.
With the court's brief indulgence and brief break, we will pull that up, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. And then after that, I will allow the defense to do any cross-examination, but right now, I realize that that's not the actual thumb drive they're using. They extracted some of the information.
Yes.
But I need to see it from the actual thumb drive and the actual circumstances before I even allow that excerpt to be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, we'll be on.
on.
Mr. Lewis,
Yes, ma'am.
would you let the jury know that this break is gonna take a little longer than previously anticipated? How long do you need? Mr. Guthrie?
Ma'am, I'm
How
sorry.
long do you need?
He's saying about 15 minutes.
That's fine.
15 minutes.
Okay, tell me about 20 minutes more.
I will do.
What do you need?
All right. Your Honor, would it be permissible for us to watch the video?
Oh, you can't.
Thank
I want to recess. And I ask the media not to record this portion of it while they're exact. All right, you all may be seated. We're now back on the record, parcel 22-549, Edwards, who were last here a moment ago regarding authentication of certain video evidence they introduced from a ring camera. All right, Mr. Duffy, what do you have?
Your Honor, what I've been advised is that originally when this disk, our thumb drive was retrieved, it was then put into a laptop computer, content was extracted at that point. That's where he went through it, was a copy of it. Somewhere along the lines, it's got some kind of secure encryption. There's been a password placed onto that thumb drive, and we can access the content of it.
Of the thumb drive.
Right.
Okay. Well, there are two issues. Let me hear from the defense.
Your Honor, I will continue my objection that there is no authentication that that video extract or whatever that they purport to bring into evidence is of that date, is of that time, and it purports to say what they say. Your Honor, if they can't produce the original where I can verify that is what it is, then I would move to strike the entirety of that ring video and any references that have been made previous. Instruct the court to instruct the jury to ignore any of that.
What says the state?
Your Honor, the witness, Detective Jones, can testify as to retrieving the thumb video. He has testified to his original extraction and the date, the time that he pulled from, and he has authenticated what he did in his portion. I do understand we can't access the original because of whatever encryption is on it now, but the detective can authenticate what he did and what he sent and has excerpted out that we're going to play. I don't believe that there's any need to give a limiting instruction to the jury. There's been no testimony as to the content of the ring video or that anything other than a thumb drive was collected as recovered from evidence. So I don't think a limiting instruction is needed to the jury because nothing's been said.
Okay, there are two issues involved here. This is a two-count indictment. In count one, the defendant is charged with the murder of Mr. Bobby Davis on May 1st, 2022. And in count two, he's charged with a convicted felon in possession of a firearm. Now, from the court's observation of the video, it appears that the defendant has in his hand a firearm on some date undetermined. It does accurately depict the defendant. It does. There's been testimony that it depicts the hallway outside of the defendant's apartment. There's been testimony of the ring camera. As to count two, if the defendant were only being charged with possession of a firearm, it would be admissible. And for that limited purpose, it is. It is not, however, admissible to say that at or near the time of the incident that occurred in count one, that the defendant had that weapon, because we don't know the date, but it does accurately depict what appears to be an image of the defendant. It does accurately depict what appears to be the defendant holding a weapon in his hand, but on what date, that is not determined, but it is at his residence and at his location. The state has also produced evidence of a gun box, a holster, ammunition, all of those things consistent with having access to or possession of a firearm. For that limited purpose only, it would be admissible to show it cannot be used for any argument that on the date and time of this incident, he had that weapon on him.
Your Honor, I would just put in the objection, though, that upon my review of what I saw, that it didn't clearly indicate that it was a firearm, that it was in some kind of black object, but I didn't see that it was a firearm.
Objection so noted. And the jury can make a determination as to that as well. But with the state not being able to authenticate the date the image was acquired, it would not be permissible to make an argument that that image depicted him at a time close to or the incident such that it showed that he had it in his possession on the day in question.
Yes, Your Honor.
But he is charged with a second count of being convicted felon in possession of a firearm and it would be relevant evidence as to that issue only. Okay? All right, the objections are noted for the record. And as previously noted, this exhibit was admitted in the first trial, but it was not published to the jury, but it was admitted during the trial. All right, let's bring the jury back in. Mr. Molinari, please restate your objection, and the court will say so noted for the record.
Yes. And that would be for both the date, time, and the object.
Yes, the record has been perfected on all of those issues.
Yes.
Thank you. They are not waived.
All right. Jury of the courtroom.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you all may be seated. Gentlemen, you may be seated.
Your Honor, at this time, with the state would like to publish that excerpt from that thumb drive.
Says defense.
Your Honor, I've raised that previous objection that again, it does purport to show,
So noted, you're speaking objections.
Yes.
Objections will be previously noted.
yes,
Overruled. We can see.
Detective Jones, I'm gonna bring your attention to the overhead. Is this the video that you had previously watched, you extracted from that thumb drive?
Yes, sir, it is.
And this is the thumb drive that was located at 300 South State Street, or 300 South Street?
West South Street.
And whose apartment was that?
Mr. William Edwards, apartment number 9.
All right, and who is that in this video?
That's Mr. William Edwards.
And where is this a video shot of?
Counsel, please let the witness finish answering the question. And don't speak over them. She cannot record two people talking at the same time.
Yes, sir.
You will repeat your question.
This is Mr. William Edwards, also known as Polo.
And what is this camera angle of we're looking at?
So that camera angle is looking down the hallway of, so where he's looking down is actually the door. So that would be him exiting the door of his apartment. Out that window to the left, like if you were to follow that wall all the way down, there's another door that leads into that like foyer area, because there's 3 more apartments in there. And we go into the parking lot. So him looking down is him looking down at his door.
And you personally viewed that camera there at the door?
Yes, sir.
All right, and you viewed this hallway,
Yes, sir.
and this accurately depicts that hallway and door in front of his apartment, correct?
Yes, sir, it does.
All right, and you stated who is that in the video?
That's Mr. Edwards.
All right, if we can, go ahead and explain through that best we can. And Detective Jones, in your expert, or not expert, but in your opinion as a law enforcement officer, have you, not in your opinion, in your experience as a law enforcement officer, have you handled firearms?
Oh, yes, sir, my entire career.
And are you certified in shooting and handling firearms?
Yes, sir.
And throughout your investigation, did it become known that the defendant was a prior convicted felon?
Yes, sir. So during the investigation, we did determine that Mr. Edwards was a convicted
And
felon.
without, don't go into anything specific, but was he a convicted felon?
Yes, sir.
And was he supposed to be owning and handling firearms
No, sir.
or possessing firearms?
No, sir.
In your opinion as law enforcement officer, are you able to determine what it is he's holding in his right hand?
Based on my training and my experience handling firearms.
Objection.
I'm gonna suspend that, he's not a qualified expert, he can give a layup opinion. Objection is sustained, pardon, approved, pardon.
In your lay opinion,
It appears to be a gun.
Again, objection.
Overruled.
and where does you've been to that hallway, where is it that he's going now?
He is going up the front, so he's going up the front doors. So like I said, where he's standing right now, there's an apartment to his right, so he's going out the door on his left, because the garbage can right
Okay. All right, no further questions with that video. If you would, after you got that excerpt and you reviewed it, what did you do next in your investigation?
side. After I received this video,
Yes, what was the next step in your investigation of this case? What happened after that?
that was. So that would have been as a result of the search warrant from Mr. Edwards' apartment. That video was off the DVR. So the next part of the investigation, and this is after Mr. Edwards has been arrested in Louisiana. He's in the process of being brought back over to question. So on, I think it was the 6th of May, I ended up driving down Highway 80, looking for businesses, looking for residents, houses, anything with anything that has some type of angle of camera surveillance footage. And I was able to locate surveillance cameras at Funtime Skateland on Highway 80, approximately half a mile from where the murder occurred.
All right, and just for the record, where did the murder occur?
216 Hannah Drive.
And is that in the First Judicial District of Hines County?
Yes, sir, it did.
And you said that was how far from Funtime State?
It was approximately half a mile.
All right, and when you got there, what did you do at Funtime?
Oh, I watched a lot of video. Lots of video.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Detective Jones, handing you a device, do you recognize that device and have you looked at the content before in it?
Yes, sir.
And does that device accurately depict the video that you watched that day at Funtime, the
Yes.
surveillance?
Yes, sir, it does.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to have this thumb drive put into evidence.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, I've not been previously privy to the contents of that thumb drive, and I therefore cannot verify what's on that thumb drive.
Objection to be overruled. This is previously admitted in prime trial with prior counsel. This is said opportunity to serve the available objection bill, which may proceed, may be marked in there.
Detective Jones, I'm gonna bring your attention to the overhead, previously been marked Space Exhibit 96. And tell us before we get started with the video, what is it we're looking at right here in this view?
Okay, so what we're looking at here is surveillance footage from Funtime Scaling. The way that this video is shot, if you're looking at the road from left to right, we are looking south to Highway 80. Going left where my laser pointer is, that would indicate the direction of east, going back towards Jackson, Mississippi. And to the right over here would indicate going west, back towards Spring Ridge Road, back towards the college, Mississippi College. Also, in the top left-hand corner up here, you'll see May 01, which is the first of May 05, 2022. Sunday, 05:13 p.m., which would indicate the date and time of this video.
Okay. Now, if I understand right, this is a view of the parking lot in front of the skateboard.
Yes, sir.
And then just beyond the parking lot out there, that is Highway 80.
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, and to the left goes to Jackson,
Yes, sir.
to the right goes to Clinton.
Yes, sir. It goes back to Clinton and the Hannah Drive area.
And how far did you say this was from Hannah Drive?
Approximately half a mile.
Okay. Now, up in the upper left-hand corner, you mentioned a second ago there was time and date. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. What does that tell you?
So that tells me that this is the first day of May 2022, Sunday indicating the down calendar, Sunday, and the time being 05:13, and then I can't make that up, but those are the seconds, and then there's PM.
Okay. Now, when you went to there, did you verify that this time and date stamp was accurate?
Yes, sir, I did.
Tell me how you do that.
So anytime we look at surveillance video, we have to verify the time is correct, because we have to know what we're looking for, the time frame. So the way that I did that is everybody sitting here has a cell phone in their pocket or access to a watch or something. So what I did was, is the date I retrieved the video, I physically looked at my phone, verified the time on my phone to the time on the left-hand corner of the screen I'm watching, and I was able to see my police car. I was able to see fellow detectives pull up at that exact same time. So I was able to authenticate the time that way, or verify the time.
Okay. Now, what do sometimes systems don't have the correct time and date?
Sometimes they do, but in the case where they don't, we notate it in our report. In the report of my report, there was no indication of it here at that time.
Okay, so when you looked at this, there was no error, there was no, this was actually right on as far as you could tell.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, all right, and you compared that with your devices that you had at the time that you were viewing this?
Yes, sir. In addition to the real time footage I was looking at on my police car.
Okay, all right, and if we could go ahead and play that video, and where should we be paying attention first of all? The big screen.
So if you see right there where it says parking exit, you pay attention to in between this pole and this tree line, about, well, you'll see a black vehicle coming from our right to the left, going east on Highway 80. So you'll pick it up about right here and you continue to track it. Well, I mean, by track it, you can just watch it as it comes across.
Okay, if you would play the video. And if you would go back and play it one more time, enlarge to that corner so that we can see it just a little better. All right, tell us what we're looking at in this awesome section of the video.
So what we're looking at appears to be a black Ford pickup truck, matching the description of the suspect vehicle, which at the time was a black Ford F-450.
Okay? And Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Okay.
I'm giving you some photographs. Have you seen those before?
Yes, sir.
We'll take a look through those real quick. Have you had a chance to look through them?
Yes, sir.
Do those photos accurately depict as still photos from the video that you watched?
Yes, sir.
Have they been altered or changed or manipulated in any way?
That's sir. That does not appear.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to have these photos admitted into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
How many photos?
5, Your Honor.
Maybe some more committed.
$97 through $101.
97 to 101.
Detective Jones, before we start, I think this is a good example. What do we see in the top left-hand corner up there of that screen?
That would be the date, 12/11/2024, and that would be the time, 09:50 according to that.
And what time do you have currently?
Well, I don't have my phone, but I would refer to someone's watch or cell phone.
Sustains relevance.
Just showing the time can be off on the system, Your Honor, just a description. Detective Jones, I'm gonna place on exhibit 97 for you. Tell us what we're looking at right there.
So this is my first time to not see this photograph, but see it in that quality. That's actually a very high quality photograph that you presented to me. As we're looking at this, this is still shot representation of the video that we just watched. Again, if he was to zoom out, you would see the date and the time in the top left-hand corner. But so all that is just a still shot of what we just saw. So that indicates Sunday, 5/14 on May the 1st. And right there is a black pickup truck matching the description of the suspect vehicle. During the investigation, we were provided the description of a black Ford F-450, which is a dually, and in this picture, you can see that as an extended bed on that truck, it's a larger vehicle. Another thing that stood out to me about that truck in that video was I'm not talking fast, I'm so sorry. Another thing that stood out to me in the video when I watched it was if y'all notice there was a lot of traffic before this appeared to frame, and the traffic seemed pretty consistent as far as how fast it moved across the frame. What stood out to me with this truck was how fast it was driving. Now that I cannot determine speed, but I can determine how fast it was. I was able to tell based off the other traffic I watched for the last 2 hours that truck was actually traveling at a higher rate of speed. So that's what we're looking at here is a black, whatever, 50.
Objection. You can take that out of
I'll sustain as to make and model, but can't say it's black truck.
Detective Jones, I'm gonna place exhibit 98 on the screen. And what is that time and date stamp on here?
So that would indicate May 1st, 2022, being a Sunday, at 5:14 p.m. in the afternoon.
Okay. And what time did the 911 call come in?
So the 911 call came in, pretty sure approximately 5:13, 5:12. It was 5:12 and like 50 seconds. So it's like 5:12, 5:13.
Okay. And you said this is only a half a mile from the scene, is that correct?
So roughly, it's not very far.
Okay. And in picture 98, is that still just another photo of that same vehicle?
Yes, sir, that's the same vehicle, black pickup truck.
All right, now I'm going to show you exhibit 99. Tell us what we're looking at there.
So again, these are some very clear photographs. We're looking at what appears to be a larger black pickup truck. You see the flare in the rear right here? As you can see it come across, that would indicate to me that's a dually pickup truck along with the large exhaust on the back.
And picture exhibit 100 is just another progression of that.
Yes, sir. And it appears to be, some objects in the bed of the truck.
And then 101.
Yes, sir. It's a black, larger truck matching the description of our that vehicle.
All right. Detective Jones, after you were able to get this surveillance video one time, what did you do next in your investigation?
So after we got that video, I got reminded, we had a lot of cell phones in this case. So I actually obtained search warrants for the physical devices of the cell phones, meaning the data that's within your physical device that you deal with every day. And I got a search warrant for the actual carrier. So if one phone belonged to AT&T, I did a search warrant to AT&T for their records. And when I mean my records, I mean like their call logs, their text messages, their historical call data, which will give you a lot of latitude and longitude like we talked about earlier. So that's what I did. In addition to that,
So did you ask for content from which carriers?
all of them in this case.
Would that be AT&T and Verizon?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you get records?
Yes, sir, I did.
Your Honor, at this time I approach the witness.
You may.
Detective Jones, I'm handing you 2 documents and a thumb drive. Do you recognize those?
Yes, sir, I did.
And are those what you received from your search warrant found at AT&T and Verizon?
Yes, sir, this flash drive will contain that data.
And the 2 documents, are those the certificate of authentication of the data from the 2 different carriers?
Yes, sir, it appears it is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to have those 2 documents and thumb drive admitted into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
Maybe so marked and admitted.
One oh two, 103, and 104.
102, 104, and what's 102 and 103 are those the documents? Which one is the thumb drive?
102.
102 is the thumb.
Yes,
Detective Jones, after you retrieved that data from the carrier, what did you do next at that point in your investigation?
So I'm not an expert in the matter of how phones like work and how towers work. I have like general knowledge. So what I did was I used to work with an individual by the name of John Chalk, and he's very privy, and I would consider him to be an expert in the matter of how cell phones work, how the towers work.
You can't state his expertise.
I'm going to say that.
Let me ask you another question. Did you get that information to him, that data?
I did, and he returned it to me.
Okay. All right, after you sent the data to him, what did you do next in your investigation?
So I reviewed the data that he provided.
And I understand that, and what did you glean from that data that he provided?
So the data that he provided me was the 3 telephone numbers, and walked me through, it was the 3 telephone numbers. And you gotta bear with me because there's a lot of moving parts to all of this. So what it showed was it showed basically the location of the 3 physical devices. At the time of Mr. Edwards' arrest, located in the vehicle was 3 cell phones. Those 3 cell phones matched the numbers I was pinging the entire time. So those devices, the numbers I got off of that was what I got the search warrant for. I was able to get the GPS data or the historical call data from those devices.
Okay, let me stop you there. Before going into all that, which would be what Mr. Chalk testified to, did these things or locations, did they?
I'm sorry, Mr. Edwards would like to approach the council.
Yes, Your Honor. Detective Jones, and we'll move past the information that you got from the cell phone carriers and what John Chalk did. What was the next steps in your investigation?
It would have been to review the information.
And then, but after you reviewed that information, what did you do then?
Just going back so I stay on track. I'm actually certified level 1 for basic cellular analysis, meaning that I'm able to read those and determine what I'm looking at. I can't tell you exactly the technicalities with it, but I know what I'm looking at when it comes to that.
Sure. Did the information that you got tracked with,
The information provided by Investigator Chalk was consistent to the accuracy of those phones throughout the entirety of the investigation that led up to the arrest of Mr. Edwards.
okay. All right, and after that, in your investigation, what was next, if any steps that occurred?
It would have been the execution of a Facebook search warrant.
Okay, and tell me about that. Why did you do that?
So in any investigation, especially major investigation, we do a preservation request for individuals' social media accounts. The reason being is a lot of us here, like Facebook, Instagram, things of those natures, and it's another form of communication. So to complete this investigation, we wanted every avenue of this investigation. We wanted every way that Mr. Edwards had any possibility to communicate with anybody. So we did a preservation request through Facebook, at which point I obtained a search warrant for Mr. Edwards' Facebook account. Reason being is because we received or viewed a story authored or published on the Facebook account of Napoleon Edwards. Not to refer to my report for the exact verbatim of what it said.
Okay.
Ma'am?
Do you have a question for William?
I just wanted him to explain the Facebook.
Yeah, I found it. So we located a page on account of Mr. Edwards, that account, that stated, God, I don't need you to forgive me for nothing I do. Save that for the ones I'm going to send to you. So at that point,
You do a Facebook warrant at that time for that
Yes, sir.
information? And tell us a little bit about how that occurs. What do you do to get that?
So Facebook is controlled by Meta, M-E-T-A. And how we go about getting a search warrant is there's an online law enforcement portal. So basically I'll log in, tell them my case number, they authenticate me as a police officer in the investigation. Once that's done, I have to submit a preservation request. After that's done, I have a specific amount of time, I believe it's 90 days, to apply for a search warrant, at which point I receive a search warrant. In this case, I got it from the Sergeant Corps level. And then I upload it back to their legal team. And then from there, they'll execute the search warrant, meaning they'll retrieve all the data contained within the parameters of the search warrant. And they'll email it back to me on that, or they'll send it back to me on that portal. So I have to authenticate going into the portal with my email address, password, and that's how I go back into the portal to review the documents and retrieve everything that we have asked for in the search warrant.
And did you get a large set of documents back?
Oh, yes, sir, I did.
Roughly how large was it?
It was a little over 1,400 pages.
And Your Honor, may I approach witness? Detective Jones, I'm handing you 3 pages. Do you recognize those 3 pages?
Yes, sir, I do.
And do those accurately reflect 3 of the documents that you received through that 1,400-page search warrant?
Yes, sir, it does.
And have they been altered, changed, or manipulated in any way?
No, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to admit these 3 pages.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor. My
You
objection.
want to approach?
Hardly hear on the last video.
All right, Mr. Guthrie, objections are noted, may be so marked in minute.
105, 106, 107.
Detective Jones, I'm gonna place an overhead with the marked as exhibit 105. If you would, tell us what it is we're looking at there.
It's close, don't have to be that close. Please use the exhibit number as well. All right.
All right, so what we're looking at here would be the story that was published to his social media account, which reads, God, I don't need you to forgive me for nothing I do. Save that for the ones I'm going to send to you.
Right, and that is what page at the top right?
1,126.
All right, and what's been marked as exhibit 106 at the top right corner is what?
That is page 1,127. So what this shows here is the information behind that post. So let's say uploaded on what day it was uploaded, say upload day, author would have been the Facebook account or social media account that was uploaded from, being the Polo network. And sent would be the date that it was uploaded. So it says 2022, 05 indicating the month of May, and the second day of May, 02. And the time would be, was that 11:29 UTC?
I'm sorry, let me make it a little larger so you can read that.
Yes, that'd be 10:11, so 10th hour, 11 minutes, 39 second UTC, your personal time.
All right, so what does that tell me?
So that tells me looking at this, because we were able to see it on Facebook. However, Facebook and Instagram are owned by the same company. So if you upload something on Facebook to your story, it automatically uploads to your Instagram.
So what date and time did this upload?
So this was uploaded on May the 2nd, 2022 onto his Instagram page.
And what time?
10:11, 39 UTC.
What time would that have been out?
Like, I think it's 5 hours ahead, if I'm not mistaken.
So would
So
that,
5 in the morning?
so 5:11 in the morning?
Yes, sir.
Now I'm placing over overhead exhibit 107. What do we get from this?
Okay, for this one, it says page 437, which means it's like in front of the document. If you zoom in a little bit. Okay, that's good. Zoom, okay, good. Not the line, all right. So right here it says phone numbers. So anytime y'all go to set up, or we go to set up Instagram or Facebook accounts or anything, we put our personal information, being a cell phone number, email address. Because a lot of times they have to authenticate people or send you a verification email or a text message. We've all been there. So in this, what we're looking at here specifically would be the phone numbers associated with the Facebook account of Napoleon Edwards. And it will say 601-966-1571, 601-896-8529, which would have been the number that I got the search warrant for that was used on the Edwards, and then another one. These are all cell phone numbers associated with his account. And it shows a verification date.
Okay. Detective Jones, after you did the Facebook warrant and you received this information back, what if any, what was any other steps that you did, that you personally did in the investigation of this case?
I did a lot in this case. We subpoenaed bank records. We interviewed Mr. Dwayne Pickett in this case in reference to the truck utilized by Mr. Edwards. Because at the time of his arrest, he was located in Louisiana, driving that black Ford F-150 registered to Mr. Pickett. So we did conduct an interview with Mr. Pickett, who, explained he gave him permission to use the truck as a work truck. Subpoenaed the bank records, things of that nature.
Okay. What's the goal, Jerome? Your Honor, no further questions.
Cross-examination.
Good morning, how you doing? Great. I just want to rehash a few things. Can you take for the record again how long you've been in law enforcement?
With my military time included as a military police officer, 17 years exact.
And can you tell men and women of the jury what your primary role was in this investigation?
Absolutely. So in this investigation, I was currently assigned to the Criminal Investigation Division of the Police Department, investigating general crimes, robberies, credit card fraud, that. In this particular case, in the murder of Mr. Bobby Davis, I was assigned as one of two lead investigators in this case.
Okay, you say one or two lead investigators. So is it usually two lead investigators or is it one lead investigator?
I said one of two investigators. So in these types of investigations, this is kind of, Clinton's a small city. We don't have they don't have murders every day. It's a small city, to protect the city. So in this case, we have a criminal investigation division that consists of 5-6 investigators. As you can tell in my testimony, there was a lot of moving parts in this investigation. So it would require basically, you could say, all hands on deck. While one investigator was preparing search warrants, another investigator may have been processing a vehicle, while another investigator was in Lexington interviewing witnesses who denied the murder.
So you weren't the lead investigator?
I was the lead investigator, as I've indicated earlier.
So Detective Keith Burnett was not the lead investigator?
There were two lead investigators on this case. So on a football team, you have a quarterback and a coach.
We're not talking about football, we're talking about, were you the lead investigator?
I was one of two lead investigators, correct?
Okay, so you were one of the investigators on the case. And what day did you become involved in the investigation?
On the second day of May.
Okay, so on the first day of May, the day of the incident, you were not on the scene, correct?
No, sir, it was my daughter's birthday.
They asked you what it was, I asked you.
Yeah,
You're on.
There's no commentary. Move on.
Detective Jones, in your report, I know you spoke a lot about search warrants, things like that. And you got any search warrants for that?
They would be located in the documentation that the state has, or you have in the discovery report.
I mean, I got discovered at the scene, you had it. Judge, Your Honor, with commentary. Do you have anything to prove that you had search warrants?
It would
Would it be safe to say that it's your responsibility to return search warrants? Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Are detectives required to turn in a return search warrant?
Sustained.
And can you tell the men and women of the jury today which items you got search warrants for?
Oh, man, there's a lot of items I can search for.
Can you give us a few? Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to sustain Mr. Rowlands.
The relevance, Your Honor, is,
I will sustain Mr. Rowlands. If you have a specific item you wish to ask the witness about,
You-
please do so.
Detective Jones, you got a search warrant for cell phones, right?
Correct cell phone, the physical devices you're referring to? Yes, sir, and the actual carriers that carry those devices.
And you got a bunch of cell phones, right?
I did, yes, sir.
Okay, you allegedly said you got 4 from me. How many did you get from Ms. Ross?
We got I have to refer to my report, but I think it was 2 from her house because Mr. Davis's phone was in the house.
And you talked a little bit about emergency circumstances, right?
Correct.
Well, because you want to preserve the integrity of the investigation, correct?
That's correct.
Can you tell the men and women of the jury who received Ms. Robinson's cell phones and Mr. Davis' cell phone?
So Mr. Davis and Ms. Robinson's cell phone, there was no exigency in that. Like there was attempting to locate a murder suspect. It was on the loose.
You said there wasn't an emergency?
Again,
A crime had been committed, correct?
there was no exigency because they were in her house. The house doesn't move, it doesn't have wheels, cannot flee from it like a murder suspect can. So at that point, we did get a search warrant. The exigency didn't exist to the level where it did to locate a fleeing murder suspect.
So wait, help me. I'm not a lawyer. You know that, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain.
I'm just trying to help the jury here to paint a clear picture.
Sustain. Counsel, Mr. Evans first.
All right, Detective Jones. You stated a few minutes ago that you did require some search warrants for Mr. Robinson, Ms. Robinson, and Mr. Davis' cell phone, correct?
For the devices, yes, sir, I did.
And can you tell me what day you executed those search warrants for those devices?
So the particular date, To refer to my report. I don't have my supplement report in here, but I believe it was on the 4th day of May. So the same day we found out that they were there, we executed the search warrant that exact same day.
Oh, okay, so you found out they were there 3 days later,
Yeah, yes,
and that's when
a
you
few days
said,
later.
so 3 days after this crime happened, you decided that you needed search warrants for those cell phones, correct?
No.
Confiscate those cell phones.
Yes, we got a search warrant for the residents.
But you confiscated cell phones, right?
Yes, sir, we did.
Okay, can you tell the men and women of the jury why you confiscated the cell phones that day?
That day, because we found out they were there that day. We executed the search warrant the same day we received the information that they were there.
So you didn't think they were there on May the 1st?
I wasn't there on May the 1st.
So would it be safe to say then, Mr. Jones, that officers on scene on May the 1st possibly made a mistake by not collecting them that day?
Objection, Your Honor, call for speculation.
Sustain.
I think it'd be, I'm sorry.
He can rephrase the question.
Do you think they should have been collected May 1st?
I think we were looking for a murder suspect provided to be Mr. Edwards' eyewitness.
Yeah. Yes.
As much as possible, we answer the questions yes or no. And the guy is the answer, I can't answer nothing. The people are just being.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Edwards, you may proceed.
Right. So Mr. Jones, once again, would it be safe to say, based on your experience in law enforcement, that those phones should have been confiscated on the day of?
It depends on yes, but it depends on circumstances.
And so you didn't confiscate Mr. Davis's deceased cell phone or Mr. Robson's cell phone until May 4th,
That's correct.
three days later. And can you kind of tell the men and the women of the jury how that came about that you ended up at that residence with a search warrant?
Yes, sir, we were contacted by a member of Mr. Davis's family.
Objection, Your Honor. From
Oh, witness may answer.
We were contacted by a member of Mr. Davis's family saying that his phone was still active, So we can receive phone calls. Because if you turn your phone off, it's just straight voicemail. So we had reason to believe that the phone was at the address of Robinson. So based on that information, we immediately got a search warrant for the residence of Ms. Robinson and executed on that same day we received that information.
And And that day that you executed that search warrant, did you also find other things in the Robinson's residence?
We did.
Okay. Can you kind of tell the men and women of the jury what you found?
I would have to refer to the evidence reports of what was taken. It is not my report here.
I have no report. Can I approach him?
You may, is that his report?
This is his report.
You may. Show it to, council. Show it to council first, and then first look.
Approach him. Mr. Jones, can you identify what you have?
Yes, this would be my supplemental report to the search warrant at Mrs. Robinson's residence.
And is it an accurate description of what you wrote?
Yes, sir.
May I move to have this independent evidence? Objection, Your Honor.
The witness is testifying, so his report is not admissible, but you may ask him questions in regard to the report, and that can be admitted. So the objection is sustained, can't be admitted.
We don't need to lay it first.
You can have a marked identification.
$108 ID.
All right, Mr. Edwards, you may proceed.
Detective Jones, I want to talk about, in your report, it's the fourth paragraph, you talked about some items you found some 9mm ammunition, correct?
That's correct.
And you found 50 rounds drum, correct?
That's correct.
I noticed in your report that you stated throughout your report that you found in several other bedrooms other 9mm ammunition, correct?
That's correct.
And you made reference to the time, the head stamps on those 9mm ammunition, is that correct?
I did, yes, sir.
But on the 50 round drum clip in your report, you did not state the stamps of that, well, the ammunition that was in that 50 round drum clip. Can you tell me in the window of the jury why you excluded that?
I will refer to the report again.
Well, I mean, it just shows you.
I didn't get to read this.
Exactly, Your Honor. He's asking for correction.
Witness is entitled to refresh his recollection. Counsel, so Mr. Edwards, so we just hand it to him. And he gave I'm sorry.
Can I put it on the screen for him?
No, you cannot publish items that have not been admitted as considered. Now the witness has had an opportunity to refresh based on the report before we ask the question.
So, Mr. Jones, once again, you listed numerous of ammunition that you found in the Robinson's home. But on the 50 round drum that was full of ammunition, you did not state the head stamp. Any reason why?
The only reason that I could think of is because it could be identified, and the reason being is how it was loaded to the magazine. And because the way that the 50 round drum was loaded and how the magazine will cover it, because I don't want to manipulate it in any type of way, manipulate the magazine or extract rounds from it. I just read off what I could see. So that's an explanation of what was just in a simple error.
So you made a mistake.
It could have been. Everybody makes mistakes.
Oh, so you do agree that detectives in this case possibly made some mistakes.
Sustained.
would it be safe to say that during your investigation, you and your investigating officer made mistakes?
Objection, Your Honor.
Cause for conclusion in basic province of the jury.
Detective Jones, what else did you find inside Ms. Robinson's home?
We located Mr. Davis's cell phone, and we took her cell phone.
Okay. And how many cell phones did you take from Ms. Robinson?
I have to refer back to the report. I believe it was two.
And did you do, emergency staff from those phones?
Now, I did a search going on them, but it wasn't based off of exodus, it was based off of probable cause.
And did you find anything in each one of those of those phones?
No, sir.
Nothing of evidentiary fact?
So located within Mr. Davis or Ms. Robinson's phone, there was nothing in those phones of evidentiary value to implicate their involvement in any type of crime in this case.
Well, the phones had remained in Ms. Robinson's possession for how many days?
The crime occurred on May the 1st. The execution search warrant was on May the 4th upon receiving information that it was there.
So it's possible that information could have been removed from the phones, correct?
It's possible.
And do you have any recollection of any other investigating officer or lead detective that asked Ms. Robinson about Mr. Davis' cell phone the day of the incident?
Objection, Your Honor. Call for hearsay.
Sustained as to sustained.
Do you know of, or is there any report that you have that states that any other lead officer asked Ms. Robinson about Mr. Davis' cell phone?
You know, I'm gonna let him answer the game.
Repeat the question.
Do you know of any report, or did you have any idea if the other lead officer, Detective Burnett, asked Ms. Robinson about where Mr. Davis' cell phone was the day of it?
I don't know.
And what else did you find inside Ms. Robinson's home?
We found cell phones, ammunition, and whatever else was listed in the return for the search.
Okay, and in one of the rooms in Ms. Robinson's home, isn't it true that you found some IDs and information, gun card belonging to Shannon Sims,
I believe I did out of
Alabama?
Alabama, that's correct.
And you called Shannon Sims, correct?
I did.
You asked Shannon Sims, had he lost his identification, FOI card, or nothing, correct?
Wait a minute, just a moment. Mr. Evans, you state your question again.
I'm asking Detective Jones, he placed a phone call to Shannon Sims, the person whose ID was found in Ms. Robinson's home. And I'm asking him, in relevance about that conversation with Shannon Sims. He called.
No approach. Yes.
I can't hear. Ladies and gentlemen, it's midday, so I'm gonna excuse you all for your, lunch break, and we will start back kind of like, all right, Mr. Junior.
All right. Jury's out of the courtroom.
All right, so already seated. Okay, so I was trying to, understand the line of questioning in regard to, with the detective in regard to this person, and it is a little bit hard to hear. So, Mr. Edwards, now, please explain to the court this line of questioning in regard to this.
Detective Jones, Your Honor, wrote in his report, supplement report, that he found identification belonging to Shannon Sims. He stated, can I read? He said, Detective Jones continued his search of the residence located in the middle bedroom northwest side of the residence. Detective Jones learned the bedroom belonged to one of the adult sons. Detective Jones searched the dresser and located in the top drawer 2 loose rounds of live 300 blackout ammunition, a head stamp S&D, 1 live 9mm ammunition with the head stamp of Tomaludo 9mm, 3 live 9mm ammunition with the head stamp 1 NCCIR9 MM Luger. Also located inside the top dresser drawer were several items belonging to Shannon Sims of Huntsville, Alabama. That included Sean Sims Alabama driver's license, several credit cards, Madison County School District Alabama ID card, Shannon Sims Home Depot card, credit card, Shannon Sims medical insurance card, Melissa Sims insurance card, Chloe Sims insurance card, Herbley Sims insurance card, 2 Six Flags Access cards, 1 DEFCON Aviation Missile Center CAC card, and Shannon Sims 1 HIV proxy card, 1 Broken State of Alabama concealed firearms permit, and Sims social security card. It also says that Mr. Jones' VI cell phone, phone number 205-310-4846, in reference to the items being found, called Shannon Sims and asked him if he had lost this information. Shannon Sims said that he believed he was pickpocketed sometime after he took a trip, and that he had made a report with the Redstone Arsenal Police Department in Huntsville, Alabama, about his DEFCON CAC card because of the sensitivity. Detective Jones made contact with Redstone Arsenal Police Department 256-87222 and notified them of the recovery and verified no report was made. So Shannon Sims lied about reporting his information being stolen.
Okay. That's not relevant evidence in this case. he would also be testified as hearsay within hearsay, and almost to a third degree of hearsay. So the court, the state burden of establishing the circumstances of the offense that is charged in the indictment. And every piece of paper found in a person's home may or may not be relevant. The fact that someone that told somebody something was not truthful is not relevant in this case because that's a collateral issue. It doesn't have anything directly to do with the death of Mr. Davis. There's nothing, unless the defense has a credible person who can put that person there, or something more than just their driver's license or something at someone's home, that's not sufficient for the court to open up all that other information about all these other conversations with other people about other things and whether or not they did or didn't tell the truth. So the courts, the fact that they found some other stuff in the house, unless it has something to do with this offense, the court is going to sustain the objection to admission of that line of testimony. And then hearsay is strictly what somebody else said for the truth of the matter asserted. I don't know if the person they spoke to in Alabama could have been mistaken and looking at the wrong screen. And we're not about to open up the trial and figure out whether or not this person from Alabama who may have gotten a report or didn't get a report actually got it. That's why I call that a collateral issue, and not designed to lead to the proof of the matter asserted. So, and then it was found in a remote part of the house that right now, certainly, if the defense wants to ask questions about, did you find some other 9mm, some credible questions that could be asked, but not every piece of whatever they found in the house, unless you can show some relationship to it. I do understand there's been testimony presented of multiple 9mm shell casings, and the victim succumbed from injuries sustained from a 9mm firearm. So, you know, whether or not it was one in the direction of those are all admissible issues in this. The question in your case is to identity, and I'm sure Mr. Molinex will discuss that with you further. But the court is going to continue to sustain the objection to that line of question. Now, what we'll do is we'll take a break. And when we come back this afternoon, probably after we've had an opportunity to speak with Mr. Molinex, you'll have maybe able to have some guidance on where to proceed further with the cross for this witness. All right, so court will be in recess until 1:30. You are still under subpoena, so we cannot let you I'll see you back about the same time.
All right. Your Honor.
Let's read through it.
All right. Jury that court open.
And thank you. Next one may be seated. All right. Thank you. All right, was that, Ellison, ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may proceed.
Okay. Detective Jones, before the break, we were talking about search warrants that were served on, I think it is May 4th, May 5th. May 4th, 3 days after the incident.
Correct.
And we were talking about some items that were recovered in the house along the Shadow Rocks, correct?
Correct.
And we were talking about some 9mm ammunition, some large capacity magazines, some ski masks, and some identifications of some other people, correct?
That's indicated for correct.
Okay. And can you kind of give the women and men of jury where you found these items at? I mean, you need to report.
To the best of my knowledge, when you enter the residence, she had a big old closet. So that's all it was her bedroom. So it wasn't like your traditional bedroom down at the end of the hallway on the left to the right. That we found as far as the ammunition, the magazines and stuff of that nature, it was in the bedrooms of her adult sons. The reason we knew that was because of their personal items in the room with the ammunition, with magazines collected.
Okay, and she has 3 adult sons, too. And so you're not in your report, you found ammunition, right?
According to my report, yes.
And the ammunition that we're talking about here outside of, you help me because you're the firearm expert, 5.56 AR-15, that's a different type of ammunition from 9mm, right?
Yeah, correct, it's a smaller caliber.
AR-15 is smaller than 9mm?
Yes, sir.
You sure about that?
And they are.
Objection.
The witness is asked, and he's not being qualified as an expert, he's just a detective.
And the type of ammunition that is alleged to have killed Bobby Davis is what type of ammunition?
It was the ammunition, but the
Yeah.
caliber was not
Caliber.
9mm.
9mm. And you found multiple 9mm calibers in her home, correct?
We found a lot of rounds, but the head stamps is what we paid attention to.
We found multiple 9mm in her home.
Wait, everybody can talk at the same time. Your objection, what is your objection?
He cut him off in the middle of his answer. He should get the ability to fully answer his question.
Let me make sure everyone understands that once again, it happens so easily. One person can speak at a time because she can only transcribe one person speaking at a time. Please allow the witness to fully answer before proceeding to the next question.
I'll rephrase the question.
Thank you.
Take note. In Ms. Robinson's home, you found multiple 9mm ammunition with different head stamps, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And 9mm ammunition can be fired from any 9mm handgun, correct?
Correct.
Also, Detective Jones, you also found ski masks in her home, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And you found some drug paraphernalia, correct?
Yes, sir, I believe so as well.
And you found some identification belonging to someone else, correct?
Correct.
And in the course of your investigation, dealing with circles of suspects, did you have any other suspect at the time when you found these other items besides me?
So it's a good question. In this case, like I said, we investigated this case, for face value. We investigated everybody in this case. If anyone here was friends with Mr. Edwards at the time we were going to investigate, during the course of the investigation, there was no implication of any other co-conspirator in this case. All the evidence that we gathered implicated the guilt of Mr. Edwards in this case.
Let me ask you, you just stated to the men and women of the jury that you investigated everybody. Who did you investigate?
We investigated Mr. William Edwards, who at the time was our main suspect due to eyewitness statements. We investigated Mr. Pickett, the Shadow Robinson, and even the district attorney of his county. So when I tell y'all we investigated everybody that had any dealings with Mr. Edwards, we investigated everybody.
So you're testifying.
We did everybody in this case that had any communication or any accomplice with Mr. Edwards.
And why would you investigate the DNA test?
Objection, Your Honor.
Same.
Can you tell me what made you investigate the DNA?
Same
Objection, Your
question.
Honor.
Objection is the same.
So you say you investigated, what that investigation implied?
It implied the death of Mr. Bobby Davis. Somebody killed him. At the time, the suspect was identified by an eyewitness as Mr. William Edwards, driving a black pickup truck. During the investigation, we had several cell phones that we pinged. We confirmed the accuracy of those cell phones with the arrest of Mr. William Edwards in New Orleans, Louisiana, where he possessed all three of those physical devices that we were able to conduct pings on.
Okay, now, I'm glad you brought it up. You're talking about these pings and location of cellular devices. That 1,000 meters is about what? Would you know?
It's about 1,000 meters.
Okay, and it adds up to about how many feet?
I'm not a mathematician, but
About 3,280 feet.
Objection, Your Honor.
Same, we'll take the nines.
And 1,500 meters is about what?
about 1,500 meters.
And it adds up to what?
1,500 meters.
So you don't know how many feet it adds up to. Would you be surprised if I told you it added up to 4,921 feet?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Okay, and if I told you that 1,000 meters adds up to 3,280 feet, and you add those up, you got 5,280 feet, that's about 1 mile. That would surprise you?
That would surprise me.
Okay. So when you talk about these pings and this radius, so 1,500 meters is about 1 mile this way, 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 correct?
That would be correct.
And so when you're pinging these towers, you're not pinging the cell, you're pinging the cell phone, but you're not pinging the location of the cell phone, correct? You're pinging that the cell phone is connected to the tower, right?
Yeah, so we would be pinging the vicinity of the, where the tower is and the radius around that. It would be the vicinity.
And so would it be safe to say, all right, would you have knowledge that when a cell phone connects to a tower, it doesn't,
I'm allowed.
when a cell phone connects to a tower, it doesn't necessarily connect to the nearest tower, but the tower with the strongest signal. Would you agree to that?
I'm not an expert in that matter.
So you don't know.
If you just gotta talk about that.
Okay. And so when you stated on the record that you were following these cell phones and you knew the location, that was an in-truth statement, right? You didn't know where these cell phones were, you just knew they were connected to a tower, right?
No, that's incorrect. We knew that they were within a vicinity of that tower.
Once again, you didn't know where the cell phone was, you just knew it was connected to a tower.
Correct. We knew that it was connected to a tower within that specific vicinity.
Correct. Okay. And so, based on all of that, you can't come to the conclusion that whoever is in possession of these cell phones at the time was myself.
Well, you would have to look at the totality of the circumstances in this. So, based on the totality of the circumstances in this, not only did we have the GPS pings of the phone, we also have other corroborating evidence that supported the accuracy of those GPS. We had our witnesses that we interviewed, our investigators interviewed, stating that Mr. Davis was data source, meaning that that phone was deactivated, it was turned off. Not only that, the other corroborating evidence in this case would have been the Verizon cell phone that was turned off in La Place, Louisiana, within 2 miles of Interstate 10. And then subsequently, the 701 telephone number that was still active, that was actually pinged, was located on Mr. Edwards at the time of his arrest with the additional 2 cell phones. So I would say, based on the totality of the circumstances, that they were correct.
Detective John, I'm really not trying to be condescending or facetious, but when I ask you, can you state for a fact, yes or no, that cell phone that you say you tracked at that time was in my possession? Yes or no?
Yes, you know, you already asked it.
Argumentative objection of these things, because we phrased the question, but he has answered.
Detective John, can you definitively answer or tell this jury that you have direct evidence that cell phones, when you're pinging, is in the possession of the person that you say it belongs to?
Yes, the cell phones we were pinging were physically located on Mr. Edwards at the time of his arrest.
You don't do it, bro. Take it down. Let me rephrase this for you. In all fairness to you, the fact that you're saying to the men and women of this jury that cell phones that you pinged prior to my arrest in Louisiana, that was in my possession. But can you state with certainty that prior to the arrest, the cell phones you pinged were in my possession?
They were located in your truck at the time of your arrest, so yes.
Great question. Prior to the arrest, can you state with certainty to the men and women of this jury that the cell phones you pinged prior to May the 3rd, the day of the arrest, were in my possession when you were paying. Yes or no?
That's no good question. I'd say going to just the totality of the circumstances.
Yes, there's no question.
The witness may answer this.
Yes, there's corroborating evidence in this case that would suggest a reasonable person that those funds were absolutely 100% in his possession before, during, and after the crime was committed.
What proof do you have that showed jury that?
The cell phone, we have
Do you have video footage showing the cell phone in my possession at 5:14?
Yes, that's a good question. So what we do have is we do have a ping of the cell phone at 5:11, 5:12, 5:13. And it hits off the tower off of Highway 80, which is the vicinity of Cannon Drive, which is located less than a mile from Cannon Drive. At the same exact time of that ping, we had a murder occur. And within a minute of that, we actually had a black pickup truck matching the description of the pickup truck Mr. Edwards was arrested in Louisiana. So it's all corroborating, so it's the totality of the circumstances.
You're saying it's corroborating. I'm saying. I'm asking you a direct question. Do you have video footage, any footage of
Mr. Edwards and counsel, y'all.
Detective Jones, you just spoke about historical phone data with love transfer or CSLI. You know what CSLI is?
I'm not an expert now.
Not really what it is. And that you can give me your understanding what it is.
I'm not an expert. I'm not going to give you
So cell site identification objection.
Sustained.
Detective Jones, are you aware that cell phones can be connected to a tower as close as 30 meters and as far as 30 miles?
I mean, I'm not aware of it. I've never seen it, but it's possible.
Okay, and do you know how far it is from 300 South Drive to 216 Hampton?
I mean, from Jackson to Clinton, 10 miles.
So it's not over 30.
It's not over 30.
So it's possible that the cell phone that you're tracing or connected could be that person or whoever you say it is could be at 260, could be at 300 South Drive, but the phone could be pinging off the tower in the Hampton area. Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Witness is not an expert in the area, so testify. I'll direct you to move on to another area of inquiry.
Detective Jones, is it your testimony that in the course of this investigation, you were privileged to hear a conversation between me and Detective Anthony Fox?
Which time?
Okay.
I heard two conversations, and I personally spoke to you via FaceTime.
Oh, okay, exactly. And you say earlier you testified that you personally spoke to me via FaceTime. The true account would be that I was speaking to Anthony Fox. Okay. Would it not be a true assessment that Anthony Fox communicated FaceTime, you jumped into FaceTime?
That would be a true, at which point me and you had a conversation between the two of us.
A true assessment, I didn't have a conversation with you, I was having a conversation with Anthony Fox, correct?
Correct, at which point,
And you jumped into FaceTime.
at which point we actually had a conversation.
I didn't have a conversation with you, I was having a conversation with Anthony Fox.
Sustained.
Detective Jones, let's talk about 300 South Street. There were other cameras throughout my lot, correct?
That would be correct. That's correct.
A lot of different angles, right?
The angles we had was 2 outside and 1 in your living room. That was it.
There was one on the door, correct?
There's one on the door.
Yeah.
There are 2 on the door. One at the door and then one above it. And then the one inside one. So 3.
Okay, and there were angles inside the bedroom, correct?
We didn't have any folks from inside the bedroom.
And in those angles, you presented, the state presented a blink earlier with only one angle, correct?
What's your question?
They presented a blink footage of that doorbell camera from one angle, correct? That you extract jump drive.
The doorbell camera captured multiple angles. There was one that was facing out,
Okay.
and there's one facing down.
Exactly.
So I would say that's 2 different angles.
But the angle that you extracted and that the state presented today was one angle, correct?
That would be correct.
And that was the one that's on the door, correct?
The one on the
Not the
door.
one over the door.
Walking away, oh yeah.
And there was one inside the door, correct?
The one inside the door was, I guess it was against like towards the wall, because you can see the door all of it, and then like the wall. Like I think it was a couch. Yeah, there was a couch in front of it.
Okay. And there were other cameras throughout the apartment, correct?
We didn't look at any or recover anything. Again, at the time, the children were cleaning the apartment out, so we don't know what was taken.
At any time, did you or any staff deactivate the cameras during the search warrant?
No, they were still alive,
They were still out.
to our knowledge.
So if the men and women of the jury, if we wanted to look at that jump drive, will we see the active search warrant taking place?
You'd have to pull the jump drive. Again, when we executed that search warrant, the kids were already in the residence. The data we pulled off that jump drive was whatever was on there. So it didn't have us coming through the door, it didn't have us coming through the door.
Yeah.
This would be an evidence log sheet from the Clinton Police Department.
And can you tell me who names at the bottom of the jump drive?
So that would be my name, and that would be the jump drive that I provided to the district attorney's office.
And 2 minutes ago, I'm sorry, Your Honor, can we, ID for identification for the phone?
Any objection? Well, if it's for ID only, you may.
Yes, ID. Detective Jones, this evidence log sheet shows that you were the only person in control of that jump drive, correct?
That's correct.
And a few minutes ago, we tried to access that jump drive, and that was not possible, correct?
That's correct. Whenever we plugged in, we couldn't access the jump drive from the back. However, I was still able to review the footage on that, and I can testify as to what it contained.
But any reason why you wouldn't want it to be accessed today?
I would love for it to be accessed today, for everybody to see what happened.
And it would show you destroying cameras inside the car, correct?
Absolutely not.
But we don't know that because you're the only person that accessed it. But you're the only person that touched this jump drive, right?
So I recovered that jump drive, I plugged it into my computer, I extracted all the information from that jump drive to review for investigative purposes. So I can testify to everything that was on that jump drive. From there, the evidence log sheet that's in your hand is whenever I dropped it to a secure evidence.
So when you put that security scan, knows the password, we can't get into it today for to be viewed.
What security scanner are you referring to?
The one you just tried to get in, that one that you made.
Okay, that's just some jury out.
All right.
Thank you, you all may be seated. I'm not going to allow either party to make misrepresentations about evidence or things that did not exist. At the moment, we're trying to make a misrepresentation as to the handling of this evidence. He had nothing to do with anything that you're referring to. I don't know if the district attorney's office had a dump or something else done from some outside agency with that. And I'm going to instruct the jury that your allegations or attempts to try to allege any type of misconduct on part of the police department did not occur and did not exist. And it's not any type of evidence in this case. Clearly, when they were working with that device, they indicated that they haven't even been able to access it. But at some point, somebody password protected it, and they don't have that person here today. But that is not going to be an indication made to the jury that anybody did anything to tamper with anything. That jump drive has been in the custody of the clerk's office since the last trial. I don't know who put a password on it, but obviously they've had access to it. So with that in mind, yes, you will. And I will instruct the jury, as I have just mentioned. Give me just a moment.
Why are you sitting here? You should have been at the top of the game. You should have been at the game.
About to bring the jury back in.
All rise. Jury to the courtroom.
Thank you. All right, you all may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you all instructed that a moment ago there was an attempt to manufacture some testimony that certain evidence had been manipulated or in some other way tampered with. The court instructs the jury that there is no evidence sufficient that there was any tampering with any evidence. Oftentimes with digital evidence, you don't have the correct software on the device you're trying to use to open it, it may not open. While we were reviewing some evidence, we did not have the necessary digital software to open certain devices, so that we could review, and that is the reason why it's not operational. It has nothing to do with any handling of that, those devices by any law enforcement agency. And you're instructed to disregard any implications of manipulation or tampering of any evidence. All right, Mr. Evans, you may proceed.
All right, Detective Jones, in your report, you stated that you spoke to my wife, correct?
That is correct.
And you listed her as Dorothy Evans, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And are you aware that that's not my wife's name?
I wasn't aware of that. That's what
You didn't know her name was Doris Evans?
No, I went to the address listed on the report I got when I ran the information on your name.
Yeah, well, that would came back to Doris Evans. Dorothy Evans is an 81-year-old mother.
Rephrase.
So you're not aware that Dorothy Evans is my 81-year-old mother?
I spoke to your wife, Ms. Edwards.
Correct, but in your report, throughout your entire report, you listed my wife as Dorothy Evans.
Human error, I spoke to your wife, Ms. Edwards.
So you made a mistake in your report, in other words?
At the time, it was my understanding that was her name, so I spoke to Ms. Edwards, your wife.
Did my wife tell you her name was Dorothy Evans?
I don't recall.
So, but you put it in your report.
Okay, the witnesses answered the question. I don't.
Right. So it's safe to say you made a mistake in your report.
Safe to say I spoke to your wife in my report.
Detective Jones, we can show you exhibit 100. When you talk about this exhibit, can you pick what it shows?
So outside the frame here would be the time of the day.
Okay.
Okay, I see what's going on here. So this is fun time skate rink, and that camera is facing south. Again, the road you're looking at in front of you is going from left to right, left going back towards Jackson, right would indicate going back towards Country, towards Hannah Drive. So at the time, which would have been up there, but that little window is actually blocking it. This picture depicts a large body black pickup truck traveling east on Highway 80.
Okay, can you zoom in, counsel? Now, Detective Jones, in your reports, one of your reports, I noticed you listed, you said Ms. Robinson was an eyewitness to the shooting.
That's correct.
Okay, would it behoove you that Ms. Robinson testified that she didn't witness the shooting?
So, witness can't testify to another witness's testimony.
Can you tell me in your report what the description of clothing that Ms. Robinson said the suspect allegedly had on?
Oh, absolutely. So the description of clothing that Ms. Robinson said he had on were white sweatpants and dark colored shirt, which is the same clothing he was arrested in.
Can you look up there at that truck and tell me what it looks like that person has on that drive?
So that's indefinite, and the reason I say that is because if anyone's familiar with that time in the afternoon, that particular time of year in May, the sun is actually setting in the west. So it was indefinite for me to say, oh, that's a guy with a white shirt. However, it could also be a glare as well because the sun's behind the truck. So that's why
it's indefinite. So you mean your testimony here in front of all these men and women is that nobody can detect that that's a person with a white shirt on?
based on this video, it's hard to be definite that that's a person with a white shirt on.
Well, what do you think it is?
It's
A
hard.
ghost driver?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sustain. Please refrain from this embellishment.
So Ms. Robinson gave you testimony that the suspect had on dark shirt, white pants, correct?
That's correct.
And what you see in that footage right there is a person driving with a white shirt on. We don't know what color pants, correct?
No, that's incorrect. I don't see a person driving.
So it's a ghost driver, correct?
We're all looking at the same thing. I don't see, it's not definite that there's a person, and it's not definite that that's a white shirt. Again, that could be a glare.
So if you don't see a person driving, you're indefinite of who's driving. You can't say that I was driving, correct?
That's incorrect. So based on the totality of the circumstances in this case, not only was that picture captured at that time, the GPS or the historical call data that we extracted from the cell phones that were located in that truck at the time of the arrest actually pinged off of a tower less than a mile up the road.
Now, Detective Jones, you testified earlier that you verified the timestamp of video, the time of the call, and your big word, totality of circumstances. You know, I just said manipulate your honor.
Sustain.
You testified, you verified. Do you have a picture or any evidence for the men and women of the jury that you took your cell phone, put it beside the computer right there at 5:14 on May 1st, and verified at the time that you were looking at on the video and the time when your phone was assigned?
At the time I took the video, I did verify that, but there's also other factors in this video. Not just,
Yeah.
there's other factors in this video that can verify that. We had a 911 call at approximately
Okay, Detective Jones, once again, talk about verification of the time stamp. You said that you had your phone. Very fun time for anyone watching the video. that you were there was correct. Frequently. Your testimony that you are certain points from matter, things like that. That's why you don't have those here to verify. But we want to talk about these numbers up at the top of this document that 601-966-1571. Did you verify who that number belongs to?
Yeah, that did not belong to anybody, but
You said it didn't belong to anybody.
it did belong to Mr. William Edwards. But again, if you're looking at this, you gotta look at the entire context of it as well. These are just the numbers that were associated with that account that was created on April the 3rd. Say that at the time of the arrest, that was a number, that just showed that those were the numbers associated with that Facebook user account.
But it's also not to say that it's not a number that's still connected to that account, correct? You can't say either or, can you?
What was your question?
You can't say that number is not still active to that account, correct?
I can't say, but I know one of the three numbers was.
We're not talking about the other number. We're talking about the two numbers, the 601-317-4991, and we're talking about the 966-1571. Do you know who those two numbers belong to?
They quite possibly could belong to Mr. William Edwards at a particular time, whenever he had that number associated with that Facebook account.
But you didn't verify that, correct?
I did verify that. So out of those three phone numbers, the one in the middle came out to William Edwards.
Once again, we're not questioning the middle number. We know the middle number. We're talking about the other two numbers that have access to that Facebook account. Can you verify those numbers?
So we just answered that question. But I'll let you restate your answer again.
So the numbers listed isn't who has access to the account. Because I can log on to my phone, log on to your Facebook with your username and password. Those are just the numbers associated with the account, not necessarily the user. So if you actually zoom out, it'll show the creation date. And that's at some point, whoever created that account listed that number.
Detective Jones, are you aware that if you connect a number to your Facebook account, that number has access, posts, do anything to that account? You're not familiar with that?
Say that again.
You're not familiar with the fact that if I verify numbers, that's why it's called verification with Facebook, because that person, whoever that number belongs to, has access to that account. You're not aware of that?
You have to physically log in with a username and password.
That's why the number is a verification number, sir. You're not aware of that. So, is this outside your scope of understanding that?
It is, because all I can say is there's
on, sir. In your testimony, you said that you also got this post, correct?
That's correct.
Do you have any direct evidence that I was the person that posted?
That you physically were the person that
Yeah, you testified earlier that I posted this. You testified that to do you have any direct evidence that I am the author of this post?
No, not that you physically posted. It was from the social media account, William Edwards.
And it was posted on what day?
I believe it was the original post was the day of the murder. However, it was on Instagram and pulled from Instagram on the 2nd of May at like 5 in the morning.
So you're saying that it you're saying that this post, you saw it on Instagram on the 2nd, but it was posted on the 1st?
That's correct.
How was that?
So, two different ways. Again, you're familiar with Facebook, you know.
Exactly.
So you know that if you posted a story on your Facebook account, and if it's linked to your Instagram, it will automatically post as a story to your Instagram account. However, you can also upload stories individually, depending on how your settings were set up at the time that was uploaded.
You take examples off there, so you kind of got right with your.
All right. Mr. Edwards, I'm gonna caution you for the last time.
Detective Jones, there is no evidence, you have no evidence to present to the jury that I made that post, correct?
Physically, no, just other corroborating information.
Briefing does. I have no further questions.
Can you be ready?
Yes, sir.
Detective Jones, I know there were questions earlier in the cross-examination, about that brightly colored, which could be in a glare, or someone wearing a light colored top driving the truck. What I want to do is bring your attention to Exhibit 36. What is that right here in this picture that appeared to be hanging on the driver's seat?
That would be a reflective vest.
And then 100, when we zoom in and take a look at that, and we see something in the bottom right corner, is it also possible that that could be that reflective safety vest?
Yes, sir, that's possible. If you were to play that video in its entirety, shortly after that truck passed, in a few minutes, you would see police cars going by in the opposite direction with lights on.
Detective Jones, there was mention earlier in the cross-examination about a magazine found at the house of Shadow Robinson where she lived with her adult son. And there was talk about a magazine. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Mr. Jones, do you recognize the signature or anything on there?
Talking about my signature?
Yes.
It's my handwriting on the die, correct?
And was that recovered from 216 Hannah?
Yes, sir, it was.
Was that during that search warrant that was described earlier in cross-examination?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And is that the 50 round drum magazine that didn't have the reported head stamps on it?
Yes, sir.
If you would, could you open that and tell us what the head stamps are on those 9mm live rounds?
Yeah, I'll have to go up. So your question was regards to the head stamps?
Yes. What is the first head stamp?
First head stamp is, it's like a F as in Frank, C is a Luger 9mm or 9mm.
It is a NOVX.
No, sir.
It is not a PPU.
No, sir, neither is the second round.
And while you're at it, if you would just count out how many are in there as you put them back into the bag.
One,
And let me know if any of them are not this FC 9mm.
two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47. There's 47 rounds. Every single round contains the same head stamps of the first two, which is FC, Luger, 9mm.
And does that manufacturer match any of the spit shell cases? See?
No, sir, it does not.
Your Honor, this time the state moves to have this admitted into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
Maybe some are committed.
Did that magazine with those live rounds have any connection, in your opinion, to the murder of Robert Davis?
No, sir, it did not.
Did anything that was recovered from the search warrant that day of Shadow Robinson's house, did it lead to anything to the murder of Robert Davis?
No, sir, it did not.
Do you have Robert Davis's birthday in your records?
Yes, sir, somewhere in my report.
Would you mind referring to that so we can find out?
This is just a narrative. It doesn't have the victim's information.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Each witness be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, we would ask that you demand it.
Who do you have next?
State Prosecutor Shaw.
John?
John, before we begin, Mr. Evers would like to report to counsel.
It would be a
can you check it out?
Investigator Chalk, please introduce yourself to the jury.
John Chalk, CHALK,
And where are you employed?
Madison County District Attorney's Office.
In what capacity do you work with the DA's office?
I'm an investigator with the District Attorney's Office.
How long have you worked there?
There about 3 or 4 years. Prior to that, I was with the City of Pearl Police Department for about 15 years.
Where did you do your undergraduate work?
University of Southern Mississippi.
And what kind of law enforcement training and certifications have you received?
I do have my basic law enforcement certificate through the Southern Regional Public Safety Institute, which is the police academy.
Are you a certified officer in the state?
I am.
Go ahead.
I'm also a subject matter expert through a company called Trax, or ZX Trax, which is actually owned by Accurate now. That's Trax, TRAX, ZX is ZETX. I have subject matter expert certification through them, and I have vehicle infotainment systems examiner through a company called Polo, PERLA.
Could you explain a little bit more about this Trax?
Trax is a software that's designed to map cell phone records or other geolocation data, say like GPS coordinates or whatever types of location data you can imagine.
And have you obtained geolocation and cell site mapping training?
I do. It's originated, as I said, through ZX. First, I had to complete a 40-hour basic course with them, which is followed by another 40-hour subject matter expert course, and I have to attend a 40-hour course every year to maintain a certification.
Do you assist other agencies or departments with this subject matter?
Almost weekly through agencies we support, and sometimes other agencies around the state.
And is this based on, in part, call data records received?
Yes.
Have you testified as an expert in geolocation and historical cell tower mapping?
I have in this court and Madison County Circuit Court.
Can you explain how you became a subject matter expert in these areas?
Again, I had to, starting back in 2016 through various companies or businesses, began training in quality cell records and geolocation analysis. My certification, as I said, is through ZX. It's the 40-hour course followed by the 40-hour subject matter expert course. At the end of that course, you have to complete 3 case studies, which are peer-reviewed for accuracy. And as I said, I have to maintain that every year by attending an additional 40-hour course. So by this point, upwards of 200-ish hours in just quality television and geolocation analysis.
Your Honor, at this point in time, we would ask Officer John Chalk, an expert called detailed records and geolocation analysis. Geolocation analysis.
Any objection?
Your Honor, just as the record, I don't have it strictly in detail, but no objection.
Witness will be accepted as expert in the area of call detail, records and geolocation analysis.
And what are call detail records?
So quality cell records, if you can imagine, everybody looks at you get your phone bill every month, you look at what are called your toll records. Your quality cell records are everything you see on your toll records plus the cell site location and other location data with it. So it's your toll records plus the location. It requires a search warrant or a court order to obtain, so it's not something anyone can just go get because it does have your location data attached to it.
Just a brief overview of the process of using these call detail records for tracking locations and devices.
So when I would receive records, in this case from Detective Jones, we literally drag and drop them into this Trax program. The Trax program is nothing more than a faster way of taking those GPS coordinates and an azimuth, and it provides visualization of all that. So just a bunch of lines of numbers and data. So
Investigator Chuck, do you use Google Earth in this at all?
I do. So what Trax does, it makes files that I then put to Google Earth. So now we have, as I said, instead of a bunch of lines of that, now we can see it on a map and visualize what it looks like it needs.
Have you used this Google Earth mapping before?
Daily is not weekly.
Would it be fair to say you frequently work with it?
Yes, sir.
Specifically with the Google Earth images that we'll be looking at shortly, what did you specifically personally do to ensure the images were accurate and reliable?
So once it's mapped, we'll review the map first to make sure there's no abnormalities. There's space-time issues, like it shows in Mississippi, then Brandon, California. That's obviously an issue. Also in this case, because we're local, I can drive and physically make sure that the cell sites are where it says they are. Drive the cell sites, which I did, and look at them and say, it's accurate. See it, it's here. So we kind of double check to make sure that everything kind of correlates.
And were you provided some call detail records from AT&T and Verizon in this case?
I was through Detective Greg Jones.
And have you analyzed the data contained in those records?
Yes, sir.
And I guess you used the programs that you previously talked
They
about.
were, yes, sir, they were uploaded to Trax.
Now, did you create a presentation for us to summarize your findings?
Yes, sir, I did.
Your Honor, for the record, I'm showing
$111 through $132.
111 to 132.
Investigator Shaw, are you going to attempt to give us the exact locations of the defendant or his cell phone in this presentation?
No, sir, not exact as within feet or anything, but it's a in general proximity of.
I'll get you to go through the pictures with us. If you need any help, if you can't read or something, I'm showing you Exhibit 111 in evidence. What is this box right here?
That'll be the information that's pulled from the quality charters, the specific item that we line item number 23. It's not called 23, it's just the sequential line 23.
Okay, and what is this top line?
That is the date and time, in this case, that this call was initiated, which is 5/1/22 at 10:52:46, and that is converted to our local time. That is the local time.
And whose number does this belong to? I mean, what number is I see a couple of numbers.
Today's, this is an outgoing voice call from the 8529 device, this is the last 4 digits of that phone number, to 601-988-4297. The duration of this call is 37 minutes and 42 seconds.
And what cellular company?
This is AT&T.
And so this is associated, this record is associated with, is it this number?
The 8529 device.
All right, and now what are we looking at though, in terms of this red and the yellow?
So you can see first this little, looks like a lollipop. That's a representation of the cell site itself. And what you see is one sector. The two common types of cell site we see around here is I'll call it 3 sector. So if you think of like a pie or a pizza, you divide into thirds. Each one of those sections is 120 degrees. The other type you'll see is omnidirectional, which means it goes 360 degrees. So it's the entire pizza or pie.
Okay, and what is this yellow?
That was the address provided to me by Detective Jones as the residence of Mr. Edwards.
So taking it as a whole, what does this tell us about location?
I would say that this is a cell site in the general vicinity of a cell sector oriented in the direction of Mr. Edwards' residence. So this is likely the cell site and cell sector that was surfaced that address.
On this active line?
Yes, sir, this specific one.
I'm showing you Exhibit 112. Again, just kind of go through it left to right and explain what we're looking at.
Yeah, this is a Verizon device. I will read the numbers there, but the incoming call. So,
are you able to read the date and time?
actually, I'm sorry. This is an incoming call that was initiated at 5/1/22 at 10:57:12.
And are you able to read the number?
See, the last 4 is 9400.
Okay. And so what does this show us?
Again, it's the same deal, but you see we're on Verizon now, so we have a slight shift of the location of the cell site that we go to different service provider. But it's still a cell site in the general vicinity of and a cell sector oriented in the direction of the Edwards residence.
So is it safe to say that this cell phone should be located within this cell sector covered by Verizon that's notated on the map?
That's what I would say is.
Showing you 113. Could you tell us about this photograph?
This again is a third phone, but this is also an AT&T phone. This call was on 5/1/22 at 13:34:21, just 1:34:21 p.m.
Can you identify the number?
This will be the 2343 device. This is an incoming voice call.
And what can you tell us regarding this device? And what time did you say this was at?
13:34:21, which is 1:34 in the afternoon.
So it appears the devices, is it safe to say, are moving at this point, correct?
This device,
What is your objection?
To the testimony that can't prove that.
Overrule, I don't know.
Go ahead.
yes, this is a significant shift to the northeast. This cell site is, I'll tell you because I've seen it, is located at the Northeast Jackson soccer fields. But you do have a cell site and a cell sector. This address, 210 Riviera Drive, was identified to be by Detective Jones as Mr. Edwards' wife's residence. And so this would be a cell site in the general vicinity of and a cell sector oriented in the direction of the Riviera Drive address. This is what I'd expect to service that address.
And I'm showing you 114. Is this yet again a different number?
And this is, we're back to the 8529 device. This is a data connection. So this isn't necessarily a phone call or text message. A data connection could be something you initiate on your phone or something it does by itself. For example, checking the weather. Your phone's constantly checking the weather. If you have an iPhone, you pull up Safari. So now you're making a data connection. So this isn't a cell phone, a call or a text message. This is a different type of connection. But again, this is the same cell site, the same cell sector as the previous install that would service the Riviera Drive address.
And then would that be 137?
It is. This is 5/1/22 at 13:37:18, which again is 1:37.
I'm showing you exhibit 115 in the evidence. What are we looking at here? What day and time?
This is 5/1/22 at 14:01:44, so that's 2:01:44. I will point out, you notice that the wedge is in red. It's because this is an indication this is a handoff. So as you move from cell site to cell site to cell site, AT&T records every cell site you've been in between. So if you go from here to Oxford, you made a phone call or data connection, we would see every single cell site you connected to. But this is, again, this is a data connection on the 8529 device at 5/1/22 at 14:01, which is 2:01.
Now, as I understood your testimony, if we wanted to, we could show every single cell site, correct?
Correct. We would show this culmination of movement from point A to point B.
But for ease of purpose, to keep it relatively brief, we're trying to show the major movements of these funds. Is that correct?
Correct. This is, again, a significant issue, not shift. Now we're back down to the previous towers we looked at. Next slide 1.
Is that 300 West South Edwards residence?
Again, this is Edward residence, and this is the cell site in the general city of section. We're in the direction of the Edward residence.
showing you 116 in evidence. Tell us the date and time here.
This is 5/1/22 at 14:59:08, so that's 2:59:08 p.m.
And again, the target number, that what cell phone are we talking about?
This is the 8529 device, and again, you see it initiates a new ad connection.
And this is that AT&T device, I think you said.
Yes, it is. Each one of them is a different color, so you have a red, blue, and I believe green. So every device is a different color. Where it's consistent throughout. The red device is the red device, blue device is the blue device.
And again, I'm showing you 117 in evidence. What time is it on this slide?
This is 5/1/22 at 16:11:29. So this is 4/11/29.
This is the 8529 number.
Again, this is the 8529 device, and this is a data connection.
And it's showing no movement at this point, correct?
From the previous slides, I'm sort of on the same cell site and same cell sector.
Showing you 118 in evidence. What time is this?
This is 16:55:52, so 4:55:52 p.m. on 5/1/22.
And that's at 5.
This is the 8529 device. Now I have an outgoing voice call, so this is something physically being done on the device. It's not do this itself.
It's 4:55 p.m.
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you slide 119. And let me, what are we looking at here?
So this is a handoff. This is a data connection at 17:03:22, which is 5:03:22. Can't really see from here. This is the wedge there. So we have a significant shift to the west.
Let me see if I can. Okay. And what were you saying about this wedge?
You can see where our previous cell site was somewhere here. So this is a significant shift to the west.
So this cell phone now is located in this cell sector. Is it Gettysburg?
Yes, and I would also note it does not even point towards the Edward residence.
And this was at what time?
17:03:22, which is 5:03:22 p.m.
I'm showing you slide 120 in evidence. What are we looking at here?
So this is a data connection at 17:05:32, so that is 5:05:32 p.m. Again, we have another significant shift to the west. This is I-20, and this is the Spring Ridge Road in Clinton. This cell site, cell sector is going in the direction of what's identified to me as 216 Hannah Drive, which is the crime scene.
You're talking about up here?
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you slide 121 in evidence. What are we looking at here?
This is the same cell site and the same cell sector, but we're on the 2343 device, and this is a data connection at 17:05:33. Again, that's 5:05:33:15122. This is the Clinton Spring Ridge Road area.
So is it safe to say all these devices that you're using are corroborating each other?
I would say they're co-located, meaning they're traveling with or very close to each other.
I'm showing you exhibit 121 in evidence. What do we see here? This is a little different.
So you see here, there is a cell sector. This is one of the omnidirectional, the 360. Because I looked at this one, I know this to be we call it DAS, or a distributed antenna system. So what these are, in short, is a way to take either some of the load off these larger cell sites, because they're very expensive to build these larger cell sites. So just for business sense, if we can take some of the load off in heavy populated areas, or we can fill in blind spots or dead spots, they'll put these much smaller distributed antenna system or omnidirectional antennas in. These by design are not meant to reach very far. Blocks sometimes at the most. You usually see them around apartment complexes or say Walmart, or where there's a large population of people. So they can take all of those cell phones, and they can, all the data connections we use, searching Facebook, whatever it is we do, we can take that off our bigger cell sites and put it on smaller ones.
And this is at what time?
This is at 17:09:11. So that's 5:09:11 p.m. on 5/1/22. This is a data connection on the 8529 device.
And exhibit 123, what is this a picture of?
That is a picture of the cell site. You'll notice it's just on top of the telephone pole here. I believe there's maybe an apartment complex or something in this area, so that would be my guess as to why they put it there, to help take the load off all those phones to that big Spring Ridge Road tower we saw. So that's not even tree high, so it doesn't broadcast far at all.
And that is that corresponding with this?
Correct. That is it. I think this is maybe your apartment complex.
Okay, and you can say that this 8529 number is now associated with this tower.
Correct. And I mean, we can almost say it's within this general vicinity.
So I'm showing you this next slide, exhibit 124. What time are we talking about on 5/1?
This is 5/13/51. I'm sorry, 17/13/51, which is 5/13/51 p.m.
All right, and that would have been after a 911 call was received, correct?
To my knowledge, sir.
Okay. And what is significant, and what number is this?
8529 device.
All right, what is this on the map?
That's fun time scaling.
And what is this?
You guys can see it. This is one of those small omnidirectional antennas. My guess is because you see, I believe this is Walmart down here. Matter of fact, because I drove this, there's several of these little omnidirectional antennas. They're meant to just take the load off this heavily traveled area off those large cell sites.
And that's at 513, correct?
Yes, sir. So I would approximate these devices in this general vicinity.
I'm showing you exhibit 125 in evidence. What does this tell us? What time are we talking about?
This is 17/17/25, which is 5/17/25 p.m. And this is an incoming voice call to the 8529 device from 601-454-4070. The duration of this call is 2 minutes and 17 seconds. And I would note we have shifted to the east out of this, say, downtown Clinton area, more of this Clinton Jackson area.
Would you say in this cell sector?
Correct.
And do you know what's significant about that telephone number?
I do know that to be Detective Fox's telephone.
So that phone would have been coming down, looks like Highway 80, on the telephone with Fox at 517.
Yes, sir, I believe, because what we saw, the first ones from the movement from Jackson to Clinton, I've said the device kind of traveled down I-20. We see now the cell sites have shifted north, so I say now we're along the Highway 80 corridor.
So you're saying it went from Jackson to Clinton, now coming back Clinton to Jackson on probably 80?
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you 126 in evidence. What time is this?
17:25:24, which is 5:25:24.
So this is 5:25 on the first in that afternoon, correct?
Correct. This is the 8529 device. This is the
And what does this show us regarding the
cell site of this device? It appears in the record set more there. But this is back to the cell site and cell sector that was serviced the Edwards residents.
Now, just briefly as an overview, getting back from, let's go back from Jackson to Clinton. You mentioned handoffs and that sort of thing. I'm showing you Exhibit 127, and I'll try to zoom in. What does this show us, Investigator Shaw?
So this is red, I know it's the 8529 device. This is kind of the culmination of that time frame from our movement from Jackson to this is 20 corridor here, and some of our cell sites are pointing or south, with some of these catching it. So again, that's what I would approximate. This device is traveling from Jackson to Clinton along the I-20 corridor.
And if we go back on these slides that we have presented to the jury, it appears that it's, check me if I'm wrong, some of the testimony, it started at 4:55 and ended it at 5:05 in Clinton.
Correct. In this time frame, I think it's this 152 here. That was at 4:55, and our ending, I guess 153 is at 5:05. So this is the movement of the 8529 device from 4:55 to 5:05.
And it shows kind of jumping towers, correct?
Correct.
And then I guess just going back from Clinton to Jackson, I'm showing you 128 in evidence. What does this show us?
This is actually two devices. You have the 8529 device, and forgive me, I don't remember the last four, the blue device. You see them again here and move back to the east to Jackson. This is from 5:13 to 5:25.
On Sunday, May 1st, right?
Yes.
All right, Investigator Shaw. This looks totally different than anything we've seen so far. This is Exhibit 129.
So actually, you can somewhat see all three devices in the blue and the green device. This is a huge movement from the Jackson area up into the Lexington area, Lexington City.
And Exhibit 130 in evidence. What is this? Let me zoom in. What is this showing us? What time are we at?
This is 204103, so that's 8:41 through 3 p.m. This is a data connection on the 8529 device. And you can see we're now in Lexington.
And so this proves that that phone was in a cell sector serving this wedge.
Yes.
I'm showing you Exhibit 131 in evidence. Again, what are we looking at here in this picture?
This is the same cell site, same cell sector, but now we're looking at the 2343 AT&T device, and this is 204107, which is 8:4107 p.m. And again, this is a data connection that shows that device is, again, co-located with the 8529 device in Mississippi.
And then lastly, I'm showing you Exhibit 132. What is this picture?
This is, you'll notice the red's gone. The 8529 device has no more, there's no more data. The phone was turned off for whatever reason. It made no data connections, no voice calls, no text messages. So its records have ended. But we do see the 2343 device, and you can see a few of the little green ones moved from Lexington down to New Orleans.
And was this New Orleans geographic information given in real time to police down there?
I believe they did get some live team data to help locate the devices.
Just a follow-up or two. When we saw the, for example, without me going through any of the slides again, when we saw the cell phone tower, for example, that wedge covering William Edwards location in Jackson, other co-location, that those phones would be located somewhere else other than that wedge serving that area. For example, could they be in Clinton at that time?
I don't believe so, no.
All right, and really vice versa. Could you, would it show if you were in Clinton at a certain time, say 512, would it show you connected to that Jackson antenna?
With the connection of those distributed antenna system sites, absolutely not. They're not going to reach Jackson. They're not designed to. If they would, they would put somebody up. It just makes sense. It's business sense. If that would connect all the way to Jackson, I would need everything in. So those again, by design, aren't meant to cover large areas. Some of them may be 2,000 the speed at the most, but again, they're not going to do that because of a drip. You can see every 2 or 3 blocks, there's another one. So if they weren't just business-wise, if they covered each other, they would put one in. So you're not going to connect to those antennas in Jackson, specifically those DAS or distributed antennas.
Yeah, just no more questions.
How you doing, Mr. Chalk? Good. Great. Mr. Chalk, you testified earlier that you're certified law enforcement officer, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how long have you been testifying in reference to cell phone tracking or cell phone data or CSLI?
So that's not location information.
Right.
I began, we'll call it study in 2016. Testimony, I got my subject matter expert, I believe, in 2021 or 22.
Okay. And you testified, I know you testified on record that you testified before in cases. I know you testified in this first trial and this will be the second. Any other trials that you testified
In Madison County,
in Madison? How many?
one in Madison County.
So in all, you've only testified in 3 trials with all your training.
Right, I don't get to control who goes to trial or not. I've offered opinions in, I would say, upwards of 100 cases. I don't determine what goes to trial and what is.
But in the state of Mississippi, you've only testified 3 times.
Yes.
1 in Madison County, and 2 in Hinds County, particularly on this case.
Yes, sir.
So it would be safe to say that Hinds County has never called you to testify in any other case.
They have called out any cases, but again, I'm not trying to go to trial.
And would you agree that analyzing cell tower locations is the least accurate method?
Least accurate as into what?
I mean, analyzing the tower, is it the least accurate method of finding exactly where the cell phone is?
I wouldn't call it least accurate. I mean, I think a good analogy would be like, if it relates to, let's say, deer hunting. If I was to shoot a deer with a rifle, it's a very precise shot. If I was to shoot a deer with a shotgun, it's still a very precise shot, though it may not be as small, right? So shotgun, there's a couple of pellets, it still hits the deer, it's just as effective. It doesn't make me less accurate.
Okay, now has the track software gone through any kind of scientific testing?
I believe it has, but I can't say for sure. I don't work for Trax. Again, Trax is just a way, everything Trax does can be done manually. I always say if you have a Boy Scout of compass and show them an azimuth and teach them degrees, you find a GPS coordinate. We plot the GPS coordinate and then say the azimuth is on a compass setting. Say 0 is always due north, 90 degrees would be like 3 o'clock on the clock, 180 would be like 6 o'clock, 270 would be like 9 o'clock. So in this case, if we say make it easy, we got a GPS coordinate, we got a compass setting of 0, we go 60 degrees each way, we plot it. All Trax does is does that for you, because now what used to be a few cell phone calls back in the days of bag phones, now we can have thousands of data connections. So Trax isn't anything crazy or scientific or a new concept. It just plots this for me instead of me doing the name.
Okay. And Detective Shaw, in this investigation, you received the historical data from Detective Jones, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you didn't get it directly from AT&T?
I did not.
You didn't get it directly from Verizon?
I did not.
Okay, so it went through a chain of custody, correct?
Right, but Trax has a built-in validation program, so if there's any changes made within that file system, Trax will reject it and not have it.
But did you bring anything here to verify that Trax would reject it?
It wouldn't happen. I don't know what I can produce to you to show that I wouldn't have a mapped file if it was rejected.
So we have to take your word that Trax would reject it.
Your Honor, let's just say,
Okay, so you didn't get the information from AT&T, you didn't get it from Verizon, you got it from Detective Jones. Would you agree with me that a cell phone can connect it to a tower and represent that it's 30 meters or 30 miles?
I'm not sure.
Yeah. I'm saying cell phones, when you're tracking this cell phone, and based on cell phone data information, cell tower tracking, it doesn't necessarily mean that the cell phone is in that area. It just means that the cell phone is connected to the tower in the area, correct?
Yes, but I mean, I think if I was a company and I was building an infrastructure and I could cover 30 miles, I wouldn't build any other antennas within that. So that's not exactly how it works.
But I'm saying, investigate, Sean. Isn't it true through cell phone information, cell phone tracking data, that a cell phone can be sitting right here in this courtroom, but connected to a tower 30 miles away? You've never seen that in any type of report?
Because I know the cell site infrastructure around here is not going to be connected to a cell tower.
You have any proof of that?
Wait a minute,
I have looked at the cell sites in the area.
Okay, did you bring any photos today of cell sites throughout this area, of different sites you
It's
tracked?
the same. Argumentative. Next question.
Detective Chop, would you agree with me that cell phones essentially operate as a two-way radio?
In a way, but I believe they're much more than that now. We don't have computers anymore because of cell phones.
Okay, and would you agree that the phones transmit and receive signals throughout a network of cell sites, which are interspeed throughout a geographical area? That are interspeed throughout a meaning they're connected throughout the area. Interspersed, sorry.
Yes, so your cell phone itself selects which cell site it's going to talk to based off of this quality signal. So to prevent, I'm sure everybody remembers 20 years ago when you had a cell phone and you were driving and talking and drop that call. Well, to prevent that, it's looking for the next cell site to go to. So it's always ready to find the next one. I don't know if that's what you mean, but.
Okay. And so, yeah, you're answering my question. So most phones connect to the strongest signal.
The strongest signal, best quality signal.
Best quality. Okay. And there are a number of factors, correct, that determines the cell signal's strength, correct?
Again, we're basing on quality, not strength. For example, I could have a strong signal, but it's, say I'm in a forest. And all the pine trees are kind of physical, the strong signal, but all the pine trees are kind of distorted. But I have a less strong or better quality signal from a different cell site when they connect to that. But you'll still see an overlap in cell sites.
Okay. So would a number of other available sites affect the signal?
Affect the signal.
Affect how this cell phone,
Again, it's going to connect to the
to a
best.
tower.
It's going to connect to the best quality signal.
okay? And if maintenance or repairs were being conducted on the tower, would it connect to another tower?
If the tower is down, it connected to that next best quality signal.
Okay, and does the tower height have anything to do with it?
Not necessarily because they can point the antenna straight down.
What about the tower's wattage output?
What about it?
Would it have anything to do with it? What phone, what
Again, your cell phone is going to connect to the best quality signal.
All right, and so finally, signal strength can be influenced by the cell phone itself, including its wattage output, correct?
Your cell phone is going to connect to the best quality signal.
So,
You may.
let me ask you this, investigator Charles. You stated in your testimony to me when the jury that it connects to the best quality signal. So if the best quality signal is 30 miles away, it will connect to that signal, correct?
If the best, so let's imagine we're in like Wyoming. You're asking, we're in an urban setting. We don't have antennas that are meant to sit in the middle of Jackson and distribute 30 miles away. So if you went to Wyoming where you have huge wide open spaces, a lot less traffic, your best quality signal might be 30 miles away. However, we're in an urban setting. If it made business sense, AT&T would have only built one cell site in Jackson and called it a day and saved a whole lot of money. But it's not. You're not going to sit in Jackson and connect to a cell site 30 miles away.
But you don't have any definitive proof of that today, right?
Through my training and knowledge, that's what I'm telling you.
So that's your opinion.
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay, and in formulating your opinions, do you keep up with articles about cell phone data, things like that?
I do read anything new.
Okay.
I like to, my opinion, I get to be independent of all this. I get the benefit of not picking stuff. So if I get data and I say, this is where this cell phone is at this particular date, I don't care what side says which. This is data provided by another third party, AT&T. All I do is map it and interpret it. It doesn't matter what law enforcement says, prosecutor's office says, what the defense says. This is the data, and this is what it looks like on a map.
And you kind of control the map, huh? Can you?
No, I can't.
You can't control the timing or anything on the map? I should put the data in?
I can't change the times.
And freaking does.
I think you move the exhibit on the, and then scroll out to, I don't know what he's trying to focus in
He's
on.
trying to pull that back on.
Okay. Whoop. Yeah, wait a minute. Bluetooth.
Let's tell you what. Can you tell me what we're looking at in the left hand corner?
So this time on slider bar, so this is how I can move in this particular map, say this record set was from 5-1 to 5-3. I can move it forward like a new move forward backward time. I cannot change the time false where that's AT&T data.
Yeah.
This is just how I move forward and backwards in time so I can see these records move.
So when I'm looking at 13, 37, 18 down here,
This
and,
little,
and I'm looking at 13, 27, I see that little wrench in the corner. What does that mean on the computer?
the wrench, this is how I change.
That's a tool, right?
So I change settings.
Yeah. You change things, right?
I cannot change the time of your records if that's what you're asking.
Well, can you tell me why 13, 37, 18 is on the record, but on your map it's 13, 36, 13?
Because this little bar right here is showing 137.27, which is after, I'm sorry, this one is 137.27, which is after your call record. Again, I can't change your data connection.
But
these can all be going back and correlated from the AT&T record.
Right, but you're using a software that you're saying is infallible and that you're putting the information in, it's putting this up.
This is Google Earth.
Excuse me.
This is Google Earth you're looking at.
He said Google Earth.
Yeah, I understand. Okay, so there's really, you're saying that, explain it to the men and women of the jury again, why the time is different.
That's not indicating the time of this. This is the time here. This is I could open this one up to the left and this one up to the right, and now we're looking at the time frame of 12 to 1. And all the calls and connections in between. This time has nothing to do with the time of this connection.
So then how do we know that the time that you have here and the time that you're stating that the phone is connected to the tower is correct?
Because we can pull out your AT&T records and we can find this exact connection records.
Do we have that? Did you have that?
Your Honor, again, manufacturing something.
Okay, y'all need to focus just a moment.
Hi, Ms. Edwards, you may proceed.
Investigator Shaw, in cases like this where the theory that you're using, would you agree that it was never, this type of matter was never intended to locate the cell phone?
I think it does give you a general vicinity of where the device is. I can tell you're not on any other cell site in the United States. I think that's pretty accurate. I don't know how many million square miles in the US, but we can eliminate all. We're a small area.
But at best, it would say that these records can only narrow the location and the geographical coverage of an area, right?
Of that cell site.
Of that cell site, right? And when you were talking earlier about sectors, this here would be considered a sector, right?
Correct.
And how much coverage are we talking about in a sector?
120 degrees, approximately.
And how many miles is it?
Cell sites can be different. Again, the DAS ones aren't miles. We're talking feet. We're talking blocks. If you, again, we're in the Everglades where there was no traffic, they can point those antennas a pretty good distance out. But again, we're in an urban setting, so there's more cell sites, which means less coverage area for each cell site.
And you stated earlier to the men and women of the jury that you read a lot of journals and things like that to keep up with this type of information, correct?
Correct.
And are you familiar with the limitations and accessibility of using historical cell data?
The objection to any reading of some internet journal.
I need you to rephrase that question. The question was kind of confusing. If you'll just rephrase, Ms. Edwards.
In your testimony, you said that you keep up with case law, things like that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I just want to know, are you familiar with any journals that have been published, one by Aaron Banks talking about the limitations of accessibility of using historical cell sites?
I don't know if I read that specific one, but I have read the opposing and supporting articles.
Okay, what about Thomas Cookman's article, rejecting historical cell site location information?
I'll just say your questions. I don't remember the title of the articles.
Okay, Victoria Sachs article of journalizing historical cell.
And we have discussed that previously.
So in you're taking this investigation and the information provided today. Can you give any definitive proof of exactly where the cell phones were when you got this data?
I believe, cell site information was accurate enough to locate you at the time of your arrest.
Prior to the arrest, can you give any definitive proof of where the cell phones were in this data?
I believe this, what all this says is show they're in this general vicinity.
Is it showing they're in the vicinity or that the phone is connected to the tower?
It's there. This is a cell site, and this is a cell sector that would, and that's a visual representation of that coverage area.
Investigation, I'm just asking one question. Is the information stating that the cell phone is in the area or that the cell phone is connected to the tower in the area?
It's both. It's connected to the cell site, and this is the coverage area.
But can you prove that the phone is in the area? You can only prove that the phone is connected to the tower. Do you have any physical proof that the phone is in the area?
I believe there's some cooperative data, like I said, your cell phone is located. So you know, to represent the accuracy of, can you locate someone with their cell phone? I believe the answer to that would be yes.
But you don't have any here today to prove that.
I believe I just gave you an example.
No question, John.
Any regret?
Investigator Chalk, if you had your computer here, you wanted to start using the slider feature on the picture that you spoke about, could you actually slide the time and show all the movement that you just showed on the presentation?
Correct, but if we open it up, it would just be a blob because there's so many data connections and cell phones and phone calls. So all the slide bar doesn't adjust what AT&T said. We're just moving forwards and backwards in time. Think of like a movie and fast forward and rewinding. If I have a huge slide bar open where I'm seeing date at the time, it's just a massive understandable blob. So we can shrink it down and look at a few minutes or a few seconds even and see, so seeing everything else that goes along with it.
So this slide, exhibit 124, not to get bogged down, but what can you tell about this location of this 8529 number in relation to the fun time skate land at 513?
I'd say it's in very close proximity. That's small omnidirectional cells like that, EAS cells.
And just to ask you, what are the chances that a person could be in Jackson or anywhere else, for that matter, from Clinton, if you're showing self-down serving the Hannah Drive location? Is it possible?
With those ATS system, you're not. You're cool.
No more questions.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Second, the witness.
Now, at this point, I'd like to approach with the stipulation. Now, can we get the stipulation previously considered the four marked as an exhibit? Now, we did that.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Maybe some mark? Yeah.
133.
State of Mississippi versus William Urban Edwards stipulation. The parties have stipulated to the fact that William Urban Edwards was convicted of a felony prior to May 1st, 2022. Stipulated to by the state of Mississippi and by the defendants.
Who do you know next?
State arrest, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, the state of Mississippi is resident case chief. We ask an administrative matter to take up before we take on again the defense case chief. At this time, you all are excused. So we call back into the court.
All right. Jury's out of the courtroom.
May be seated. Earlier, during the testimony of investigator Charles, there was a question raised in regard to the admissibility of his testimony regarding the scientific proof. Now, let me say this, prior to the trial, in both instances, and I did admonish the defense attorney in the first trial. If the defense or a party wishes to challenge the scientific evidence produced by an expert, there is a requirement of a docket hearing. In order to conduct a docket hearing, a proper motion must be filed, notice given to the other party, and a hearing held outside the presence before the trial of the case. That did not happen in this case. Therefore, the witness was allowed to testify as an expert in the fields that he was qualified into, as call detailed records and geolocation analysis. A docket hearing challenges or tests whether or not the evidence is reliable and if it will assist the trial fact. That hearing was never asked for, has never been asked for. So therefore, the evidence is considered to be reliable as placed before the jury. Be mindful that the jury, as a trial fact, is allowed to make the ultimate decision as to whether or not that information from the expert assists the trial fact or not. They get to weigh it and make a determination in the deliberation, and they will be so instructed that they can consider it or not. However, it is an improper argument in regard to whether or not it's junk science, because the court did not make that type of ruling. If the court had, this witness would not be allowed to testify. What you can challenge is credibility for the jury, but not whether or not at this point it is reliable. Now, we next need to, are there any motions from the defense at this time? And I just want to clarify my ruling as to why I was allowing the witness to testify as an expert in that field. All right, so is there anything by the defense at this time?
Yes, Your Honor, I've raised a motion at this point for a directed verdict that the state has proved its case in chief. It has not definitively proved that William Edwards was the gunman, that he was the one that discharged the gun, that he was president at the time, that he actually had a gun in his possession. Either one of the counts was indicted. We ask that the court render a verdict now of not guilty and dismiss the trial.
What says the state?
Your Honor, I know the court is well aware that the burden is, that all reasonable inferences will be drawn in favor of the non-moving party. And the state in this situation is a non-moving party. So the reasonable inferences for the material facts that the state would have to prove is that on or about May 1st, 2022, in the first judicial district of Hines County, Mississippi, we've been able to prove that date. There's several witnesses through law enforcement. We've been able to prove first judicial district. We've been able to prove date, time, and location. The next thing that we have to prove is that William Urban Edwards unlawfully and with deliberate design killed Robert Davis, a human being. We've proven that he was a human being. We've proven that he was killed on that day. We have shown that the deliberate design is a permissive inference. It can be drawn by the juror when a deadly weapon has been used. A deadly weapon in this case was 9mm handgun. The jury will be able to draw that reasonable inference that the intent to kill and malice of forethought was there. The next is by shooting with a firearm, and we've been able to prove that through the medical examiner's testimony that he had died by gunshot wounds in the manner cause of death with gunshot wounds in the manner of death was homicide. We've been able to prove that the shell casings were on the scene that represented the shooting. We've also had the eyewitness testimony of Shadow Robinson, who's been able to show that there was no one else at the home that had a gun. The only person that arrived at the scene was the defendant. The defendant was the only one standing at the door while the victim lay on the ground dying from multiple gunshot wounds. Your Honor, the second count is for possession of a weapon by a convicted felon, and we have been able to show that not only through the eyewitness testimony of Ms. Robinson, who saw the defendant holding a weapon on May 1st, 2022, but also in the blink or doorbell cameras from his own apartment, from that surveillance system showing him possessing and holding a handgun at that time. So the state of Mississippi would move that we have more than enough evidence on each and every element of both counts in the indictment.
Before the court this time is the motion for the directed verdict. The court is required to view the evidence in the light most favorable to the state and determine whether there is sufficient evidence from which a competent juror could find beyond a reasonable doubt whether or not the defendant has committed either offenses. The defendant is charged in a two-count indictment, with the first count being murder by deliberate design, and the second count being a felony with a firearm. The court has received testimony from numerous witnesses on behalf of the state. First, and most notably, the court received testimony from a witness who was the residential owner of the location where the offense occurred at 516 Hannah Drive in Clinton, Mississippi, which is located in the First Judicial District of Hudson County. The witness testified that prior to hearing gunshots, that the complainant in this case, Bobby Carlton Davis, was a living human being, that she came upon the complainant having suffered numerous gunshot wounds and seeing an individual who she knew by the name of William Napoleon Evans with a firearm and having heard the gunshots, saw the complainant injured and dying inside of her residence. The witness testified that at the time in question, she did see the defendant with a weapon. The jury received testimony that upon that having happened, that the defendant left the scene, and the state has produced evidence to establish that guilty flight afterwards, as numerous law enforcement officers testified that they attempted to have the person identified by Ms. Robinson to return, and that he refused to do so, was apprehended several days later in another state. The court is mindful that under Mississippi law, circumstantial evidence is just as sufficient as direct evidence. In this instance, the court does find that sufficient evidence has been made of the identity of the person charged with the homicide of Bobby Carlton Davis, and that he did die as a result of several gunshot wounds. And so as to count one, the state has made a prima facie showing sufficient to put before the jury the question of whether or not the defendant should be found guilty of murder by deliberate design. In count two, the defendant is charged with a convicted felon with a firearm. Most notably, the parties have stipulated as to the defendant having a felony offense. The state did produce an exhibit for the jury to determine whether or not they believe that circumstance which is just as sufficient before the courts of the state of Mississippi, just as credible, just as reliable as direct evidence that if the defendant is the person who did commit the offense in count one, that he did so with a firearm, and therefore was convicted of possession of firearm in count one or two separate reasons. Therefore, the matter will go before the jury as to both counts. Now, before we move on further, we do need to, the court does have an obligation to advise the accused of his right to testify at trial. We'll take a brief recess and again with the defense first witness. Mr. Edwards, if you'll come forward, please. Mr. Bell, ask you to assist.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so at this time, Mr. Edwards, the court wants to make sure that you understand that the law gives you certain rights. And particularly, I want to discuss with you right now your right to testify. You have the right to take the stand and testify on your own defense. The law also gives you the right not to testify. You don't testify. The state can't comment on that. They can't comment to the jury or point out the fact that you did not take the stand and testify. If you do testify, cross-examination, just like when the state put on witnesses, your attorney has an opportunity to cross-examine them. And if you took the stand, the state would have an opportunity to cross-examine you. The choice as to whether or not you wish to testify is yours. Once you take the stand and testify, you can't then decide that you don't want to testify. And if you give up the chance to present evidence, once your side rests, you can't decide then, oh, I think I want to testify. Once the case is over, that decision's been made. Do you understand those rights and what they mean?
Yes, Your Honor.
The decision is yours alone to make. You should make it after consultation, discussion with your attorney, but it's ultimately your decision. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm going to give you a chance right now to consult with Mr. Moe next. Then I'm going to ask you whether you will testify in this trial or not. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor. We've already discussed.
Okay. So I know that you're familiar with the process, and until the defense rests, you may or may not testify. That decision is yours. You do understand that although you have the acting as your counsel, the court does know that you have not used it as an opportunity to try to testify before the jury. And so those questions are considered just questions and not statements in regards to testimony. You understand?
Yes.
And I will be further instructed on that later if necessary. All right, is there anything further at this time?
Yes, Your Honor, because I know we're beginning our case in chief. Just to advise the court, a lot of the subpoenas that I was able to issue just got returned today, and I've got a couple of phone calls that happened during trial that I could not take. So I say that to say that I did have one witness this morning. I thought we were going to go at noon, but we ran long. So I'm not sure if he's still there or not. And on the other witnesses, a lot of them were ex-state witnesses. So I don't have contact numbers to get them back for today. I'll do my best, but we may have just one witness today.
I need to use this time. This jury is.
I understand that.
I get it.
Please understand, I'm running as fast as I can to try.
I'm not faulting you today, counsel. I'm just letting you know that my intention is to stay late today if necessary. If you need a few minutes to try to see who you can get here, that will be fine. But I need to use this jury's time as much as possible. We recessed early yesterday.
Yes.
Because of state. I do understand that dilemma. This case is going to end.
This week. I understand.
Yes, sir.
And so thank you, just give me a little bit of time to reach with the state.
All right.
And get
That'll be
everybody.
fine.
Thank you, Your
I need to let the bailiff know what they're waiting on. All right, court will be in recess.
All right.
Reach out to you all in about 20 minutes or so.
Yes, Your Honor.
I gotta see the pace. Relax. Yes.
Yes, it's not on.
Oh, they just texted me.
Who?
Somebody just texted me, said, hi, Mike.
Hot mic? Let me double check then.
Okay.
Councilwoman, may be seated. Who has this witness ready? To the defense. All right,
Your Honor, defense is ready.
all right, maybe the jury.
All right.
Viewers in the courtroom. All right, thank you. Ooh, you sure? All right, you all may be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen, and my plan is tomorrow morning, since it's be a little possible, I'm gonna have a late start tomorrow. So I'm gonna get some ground covered. And I think we'll probably start about 10 tomorrow, by 10 to be comfortable by then, so, yeah, that's my plan. All right, Mr. Lawrence? Yeah,
Sorry, yes, ma'am. We're ready to go with you.
who's the witness?
We can call, the Detective Hayes.
Demetrius Hayes?
Yes, ma'am.
And just a moment, I just want to swear you in. You swear firm testimony about to give the truth for your God. Let me see it. We better give it to that person. Not a problem. Just ever she make a see.
Good evening, Detective Hayes.
Hey,
How you doing?
all right.
Can you state your name for the record, please?
Demetrius Hayes,
Okay. And how long have you been in law enforcement?
25 years. Yes, sir.
And have you worked for anyone besides Clinton?
Jackson City and Florence and currently rank.
Currently in rank?
Yes, sir.
Are you still, are you detective supervisor?
Supervisor.
Supervisor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Detective Hayes, on May 1st, 2022, you had a chance to be part of investigation, or you came to the crime scene with 216 Hammer Drive, correct?
Patrol Sergeant with Clinton PD. Yes, sir.
And Detective Hayes, were you one of the first responding officers there?
Yes, I was.
You were the first responding officer?
Yes, sir.
And can you kind of describe for the men and women of the jury what you observed of coming up on the scene, sir?
Once on scene, I approached the front door of the residence on Hammer Drive. I can't remember the address in so many years. I approached the front residence door, which was facing eastward. Knocked on the door, young man, young black male, unlocked the door and said someone had been shot, and took me around to the side, which is the south side of the residence in the driveway. Banged on the door, young man told his mom opened the door.
She opened the door and I saw a black male laying face down on the floor.
Okay, so you went to the front door of the residence, correct?
Yes, initially when the call came.
Okay. And the young black male that answered that door, can you describe if he was teenager, adult, can you describe him?
To my knowledge, probably teenager, but nowadays these kids are older. Yes, sir.
And did he seem distraught or anything when you came to the door?
Yes, sir.
And Detective Hayes, did you come in contact with the homeowner after you went to the side?
He opened the door for me, banged on the door, called for his mom. As I approached, she was standing in the hallway. Yes, sir. I came in contact with her.
She was standing in the hallway?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you kind of describe for the men and women of the jury what happened then?
As I looked at the gentleman on the floor. My first priority, sir, was to look down. She was looking down. I told her to come here. Everything's okay. She stepped out into the driveway. Once on scene, I notified dispatch, go ahead and send AMR, which was paramedics and the fire department. And they arrived on scene and she was standing talking to me in the driveway.
And Detective Hayes, when you got there, was the victim?
Your Honor, objection to leave.
Sustained rephrase.
Detective Hayes, can you tell me what position the victim was in when you arrived?
Laying face down in the doorway with the door closed.
Okay, and can you give me a generalization about how far from the door, where in this hallway he was laying?
Probably, I can't remember the exact. I can't remember, no, sir. It was directly behind the door.
All right, and can you kind of give us a general idea of your encounter with the homeowner? Did she give any statements on scene?
No, sir, she was distraught, on scene, and the neighbors and personnel started arriving. And she stood to the side, and I made sure she was away and not seeing this young man laying on the floor while medical personnel was working on this, sir.
So at any time, did you ask her what happened?
No, sir, because I didn't Mirandize her. I didn't ask her what happened or anything, sir.
So outside of you, let me ask you this. Once you got there, you first officer on the scene, who secured the scene after you got there? Did you secure the scene or?
Being an initial officer, yes, sir, I pulled her away from that while the paramedics entered. I began to secure the scene first. Being the first officer, that's my primary position. Make sure everyone knows. And personnel started arriving, but while I was talking to her, my back was turned, but the scene was secure, sir.
And did adult male or young male, did you know where he was at the time?
No, sir. Once the other personnel came, I turned the scene over to investigators. That was their position. I began canvassing the neighborhood, knocking on doors, checking for neighbors across the street.
And at any time, did anyone, yourself or anyone else go back in the house and see where this young man was?
I wouldn't have any knowledge of that, sir. I wasn't there, right there at that scene at the moment. It was transferred over to investigators.
Okay, when you say it was transferred to investigate, who were those investigators?
I can't remember the investigators. I know the investigators arrived on the scene. I can't remember, and other officers started arriving due to the fact it was Clinton, allegedly a shooting occurred. It was like all hands on deck.
Right. And would it surprise you that,
Sustained, if you're gonna ask the witness about someone else's testimony, would this case testify to someone else's testimony? Other than that.
do you have any knowledge that the young man that answered the door remained on the scene inside crime scene 21 minutes?
No, sir, I do not.
Objection, that's not true, number one.
Just a moment, counsel, your approach.
One brief,
Detective Hayes, did you have any, did you file any reports in this investigation?
Not to my knowledge, sir. Yes,
So as first responding officer, you just came, seen, and turned the investigation over to the investigator?
yes, the other officers arrived on scene.
And do you know about what time those other officers arrived?
No, sir, I don't, in 2.5 years now.
Okay. Do you know what time you arrived, sir?
No, sir, I can't remember.
May I approach, sir?
Yeah.
Your Honor.
You may.
Detective Hayes, on the day of the incident, May 1st, 2022, can you give us a brief, narrative about what time you think you responded?
I don't even remember.
Do you know what time the call came? You know about what time of day it was?
I know that. Yes, sir.
And you stated earlier in your testimony that you were the first officer to arrive on the scene.
Yes, sir.
Can you just tell the men and women of the jury after you arrived about how much time spent before the next officer arrived?
Sir, it was a while back.
First officer that arrived on scene?
Yes, sir.
No further question.
Any cross?
So, is it officer or detective?
I just, at the time, it was saying detective, but at the time, sir, I was a sergeant on patrol. Was on PD, yes, sir. I was
Okay.
on my house.
And, did you understand that this, on looking at the exhibit? While that's warming up, officer, you're a detective now.
No, sir, a sergeant.
Okay, all right, forgive.
That's okay.
We just have to mess with it.
Yes.
When you saw the, we'll look there. Exhibit A, is this the body you saw?
Yes, sir.
All right, and what are these little things on his chest?
So possibly if you can go in and look like the prongs, measure heart rate from AMR, possibly.
Okay, and is the body in the approximate distance from the front door as you remember it being?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And, fact of the matter is there were a lot of officers out there,
Yes, sir, it was.
and you're not sure who came, when they came?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair to say that most officers were on scene almost immediately,
Yes, they were.
along with you?
Yes, sir.
All right, no.
Any regret?
Hey, just one more time about this photo that I just put up, state just put up. It's exhibit A. Was that the position that the body was in, and is that how the body looked when you arrived on scene?
No, sir, it wasn't.
And so it had clothes on, correct?
He was face down, no good position, face down. I can't remember if he had clothes on, I believe he may have, but he was face down. The paramedics and emergency personnel rolled him over.
Okay, so he was face down about that position.
I don't know exactly the exact position, but generally, yes, sir, in that area.
Okay.
Please have another witness.
Roy Dickerson.
Roy Dickerson. You may.
Dixon. Just gonna make me approach.
You may. ladies and gentlemen, but I'm having a hard time hearing now. Can I get you all, please, step out for just a moment? Thank you.
All rise.
Yours at the courtroom?
All right, thank you. All right, thank you. Y'all may be seated. Ms. Dickinson, Ms. Jackson, Ms. Sweet. Officer Dickinson, do you start for the testimony right here?
I do. Good evening, Mr. Briggs. How are you today?
That was, turn that microphone piece, the end up here. That was the recording, we could record.
How are you doing today?
I'm good.
That's good. Thank you for coming. I know it was a rush. Can you state for the record your name?
Roy Lee Dickerson III.
And Officer, Dixon, how are you employed?
I'm employed as a police officer with the city of Clinton.
And how long have you been with the city of Clinton?
Approximately in total 3 years.
3 years, okay. And before being employed as a police officer with Clinton, how were you employed?
I was employed with the city of Jackson Police Department for 21 years, 11 years narcotics, 3 years federal gun task force, and approximately 3 years as precinct 5 special proactive unit.
And so you've been around the block.
You could say that, yes, sir.
All right. And Officer Dixon, are you still employed with the police?
Yes,
And were you in that capacity on May 1st, 2022?
I believe so, yes.
And Officer Dixon, did you have the occasion to go to 216 Hammond Drive on the day in relation to the shooting?
Yes, sir. I was dispatched to a shooting in progress with myself and Officer Kircher, which was riding on my knee. We had just dropped somebody off at the jail that was in custody, and we responded to assist. We were one of the last units to get there.
You were one of the last ones to get there.
Yes.
And can you tell me about what time you think you got there?
I can't remember. I haven't seen any reports or anything to refresh my memory.
But you say it was at the end of the shift, correct?
Just towards the end of the shift, yes, sir.
And what time does the shift end?
At 1800 or 6 p.m.
6 p.m. So you would say somewhere between 5 o'clock, correct?
Around 5 o'clock, yes, sir.
And so do you remember how many other officers were there when you and Kircher arrived?
I do not. There was several.
There were several.
The fire department, ambulance arrived, I believe, shortly there.
Okay, and can you kind of give the men and women of the jury what took place once you arrived? What did you do?
Once I arrived, I assisted, myself and Officer Kircher assisted in securing the scene, crime scene tape. The fire department was inside, getting the vitals on the victim, and I guarded the south door.
Okay, so when you and Officer Kircher got there, you said it was a little bit after other officers arrived, you pretty much the last officer to arrive on the scene, correct?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Okay, and so when you and Officer Kircher got there, you guys began to secure the scene. Scene was secured.
Well, it was in the beginning stages, yes, sir. We were blocking it down, making sure everybody was where it's supposed to be.
So the tape wasn't out.
Oh, wow. Interesting.
Was the tape, yellow tape out, or did you put yellow tape out?
We put the yellow tape out.
Thank you, sir. So the scene was being secured by you and Officer Kircher, correct?
And other officers.
And other officers, correct? Okay. And did you go into the residence at that time?
I did not.
And when you first got there, had the scene been disturbed or anything that you know of? That anybody been inside and kicked any shell cases out or anything?
I don't know. I don't know what was done inside.
But at some point, you and Officer Kircher and other officers got the scene secured.
Yes, sir.
And what if any non-official personnel did you come in contact with at the time?
None.
You say you didn't go inside home, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you arrived, were you wearing a body cam?
I was.
Was that body cam on?
Yes, sir.
And so there's footage somewhere of body cam?
There should be, yes, sir.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Any cross?
So officer, you said you were, among several officers there.
Yes, sir.
And when you say several, do you have any idea how many people was it? I mean, was it a few officers or a lot of officers?
It was a few officers. I mean, we had most of our shift. We had, myself, Officer Kircher, Officer Watts was a crime scene investigator at the time.
Did you have firemen there?
Firemen were there.
Did you have, paramedics?
Yes, sir. They arrived, AMR arrived.
You know, coroner came?
I was there, when the coroner came. Yes,
Would it be fair to say there was a lot of people on that scene?
yes, sir.
No.
Any regret?
No, sir.
Do you have no witness?
Can I check him? I believe I got one, but I mean. Your Honor, we would call Keith Barnett.
Keith Barnett. Barnett or Burnett? Barnett.
Barnett.
Please run for president, like these, President Brown.
Read it, Devil.
Just. Can you stay for the record for that? Keith Burnett Jr. Judge Burnett, how are you employed? Clinton Police Department. And, how long have you been with the Clinton Police Department? I've been with the Clinton Police Department since March of 2020. And were you employed prior to that? Yes, sir. And where were you employed prior to that? I was at the Sheriff's Office. How long were you with the Hines County Sheriff? From the summer of 2015 to March of 2020. And how long you been a detective? I served as an investigator for 1 year at Hines County, and I've been a detective at Clinton for 3 years. And were you, the detective involved in the investigation of the shooting of Bobby Carter on May 1st, 2022? Yes, I was one of the detectives assigned to the case. Were you the lead detective? I was one of the lead detectives assigned to the case. Okay, you were one of the leads. Who was the other lead detective? Detective Greg Jones. Okay. So usually you got usually signed to lead detective? Depending on the case and, especially a case like this with so many moving parts, we have people who need other people need assistance. We'll give another detective to help take lead on cases as well. Okay. And did you have occasion to go to the scene of the incident? Yes. And when did you arrive at the scene of the incident as it relates to the call? I'm not quite sure what time I arrived. It's approximately 30 to 45 minutes after I received the phone call. 30 to 45 minutes after you received the phone call? Approximately. So you don't can't give us a general idea of what time you got there?
I received a call around approximately 5:13 PM. So if I had to imagine approximately 6 o'clock, somewhere around there.
When you arrived,
Approximately, yes.
and when you arrived on the crime scene, was the crime scene secured when you arrived?
To my knowledge.
Yeah.
It was secure, and I later found out that there were still juveniles inside the home.
When you said juveniles, there were some young kids, an older kid, or how many young juveniles?
When I first arrived, I went and got a visual of the victim, and I spoke to on-scene officers trying to get a sequence of events. I then learned that her 2 twins were inside, I believe, and her son, I forgot his name, was inside the home as well.
So about 6 o'clock when you got there, this adult son was still inside the home.
Yes.
Did you ask him to leave?
Yes.
And what happened after that?
By that time, I evacuated all non-emergency personnel. Ms. Robinson's attorney showed up on scene, and Ms. Robinson and her kids stayed outside while we tried to process the scene.
Okay, so Ms. Robinson's attorney showed up on scene.
Yes.
Did you have any conversation with her attorney?
They stated that they would speak with me.
Objection, Your Honor.
Did her attorney have a conversation with you?
I believe we spoke about going to the PD and having a conversation there instead of at home.
In your years of investigating crime scenes, is it a common practice that an attorney appears on a crime scene?
You never know. You never know.
You just never know. Was this your first time experiencing that?
I'm not sure. I don't recall.
You don't recall it happening before?
I worked so many crime scenes.
But you would remember something like that.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Now, we'll move on.
And when you say the crime scene was secured, once you got there and you found out that it had not been secured, did you guys do any investigation inside the home? Did you search for any weapons or anything?
Once I arrived on scene, like I said, I went and got a visual of the victim. I looked inside of the south side hallway, looking on the house. And once I deemed that there needed to be more searching of the house, I left the scene and left the on-scene officers and Detective Fox on scene while I went and got a search warrant for the home so we could completely search the house. And I returned to a search warrant later after I got signed by judge.
You returned that night and searched it out?
I did not search it. I returned, gave Detective Watts a copy of the search warrant. And when I returned and gave him the search warrant, that's when Detective Fox and I went to CPD headquarters to interview Ms. Robinson.
Do you know for sure if Detective Investigator Watts searched the home that night for any firearms?
I was not there.
So you don't know if
I did not search the home that night.
And eventually you went back to the home on another day and did a search warrant, correct?
Yes, sir.
And on that day you found some different items, correct?
Yes.
And can you tell the men and women of the jury why that on the fourth day of May for a search warrant?
Yes. I received a phone call from one of the relatives of Mr. Davis. They said that his phone was still active and being used, the data was still being used. When I initially asked about the phone, I was told they didn't know where it was at the home, so with it not being the main focus, but we were trying to find the murder suspect at the time. After receiving that call on the 4th, I got a search warrant for the house and returned back to the home to try to locate Mr. Davis' phone.
So you say you initially asked about the phone the day of the incident?
Yes.
And Ms. Robinson told you she didn't have the phone, correct?
She said she didn't know where it was.
But later on, through your investigation, you found out that she possessed the phone, correct?
The phone was in the house, yes.
Yeah. And when in your investigation, when did you find out she found possession of the phone?
I don't recall.
If I told you a report said that evening of the incident, would that be correct?
Can I refer to my report?
Yes. you're correct, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in the beginning of this, she told you she didn't know where the phone was. It didn't have a phone, correct?
Yes.
But she found the phone that night. Did she call you and tell you that night that she had the phone?
No.
And 3 days passed with her in possession of the deceased phone, correct?
Yes.
And did she also tell you that the phone was dead?
Yes.
Okay. And would it also be correct that later on when you found the phone, that the phone had?
What is your objection? I'm sorry.
Call for hearsay.
It does, that is hearsay. You can't tell me what she said in the form of the question that you're asking.
He questioned her about the phone.
That's, objection is sustained.
Detective Barnett. Excuse me. Program.
Ma'am.
My approach to it.
You may.
You know what I'm asking?
Yes.
Can you tell men and women up here what it is?
This is a Miranda rights warning.
And who did you
A
read?
waiver. Ms. Robinson.
Your Honor, if I could move into this as ID purposes on.
Oh, but ID purposes, you don't need my identification.
$134 ID.
So, Detective Barnett, can you explain to the men and women of the jury why you Mirandized people?
In this incident,
Yes, sir.
it's a common practice of mine sometimes, depending on the nature of the crime that is occurred. Well, I will Mirandize the per se victims as well, because during our questioning, I don't know if you could convict them for anything, but I Mirandize everyone
And
for the most part.
and you explained those rights to Ms. Robinson, right?
I did.
And she signed that Miranda
I
rights,
did.
right? So she waived her right, right?
Yes.
And so anything she said when you were talking to her could be used in this court of law, correct?
Yes.
And in your interview with her, did she state to you, Your Honor?
Sustained hearsay.
Can you tell me what she told you in the interview, Your Honor?
Sustained hearsay.
Did you ask Ms. Robinson what took place? Yes, Your Honor.
And she can, you can answer in the general manner as part of the investigation, please, may answer.
Yes.
And what did she tell you took place? Yes, Your Honor. Briefing does it, Your Honor. Detective Barnett, during your interview with Ms. Robinson, were you informed as to who shot by the car today?
Yes.
And can you describe what that was? How that was told to you?
Actually,
Can you explain what was said to you? Can you inform us on what was said? Yes, Your Honor.
I just suspended in the form that is asked.
Let's try this again. Were you informed during your interview
who shot Bobby Davis.
Did she tell you during the course of your investigation that she saw me shoot Bobby Davis?
What's your objection?
Calls for hearsay. He asked, did she say?
I'm gonna witness things. Hopefully.
Did she state to you during the course of your investigation that she saw me shoot Bobby Davis?
Yes, to some degree.
I mean, explain some degree.
She stated that she watched Mr. Edwards fire the last 1 to 2 shots and stand over Mr. Davis, say motherfucker, and tuck the handgun in his waistband.
So would it surprise you that on the stand, on the pillar, this person?
Sustained witness can testify to what another witness said.
What else did she tell you during the course of that investigation? What else did you learn about the incident? Objection, Your Honor.
He can testify as to what information he learned in the course of this investigation. Over.
While asking about previous encounters prior to it, trying to establish some kind of storyline of events, I was advised that Mr. Edwards came to the residence the day before, blocked Ms. Robinson in her driveway while he was in the black F-450, I believe. They had a conversation about car keys and a check that he owed her. She followed him back to his 300 South Street residence. I was told that Mr. Edwards then followed her to Bobby Davis's house in Jackson on Rono Street the same night, which would be April 30th.
Sustained.
Detective Burnett, in the course of your investigation, did you find anything to collaborate in it? Objection, Your Honor, Rono.
I'm gonna sustain that. That's too broad a question in the scope of an investigation for the witness to only ask.
Detective Burnett.
Also further invades the problems of the jury, determining the way the credibility of all the evidence presented in this case.
Detective Burnett, you did a report, correct?
Yes, multiple
reports, correct?
Yes.
And in your report, Ms. Robinson also stated to you that her security system, Your Honor. In your report, you wrote that.
Let me do this. Y'all.
Detective Jones, can you explain to the court during the course of your investigation what was said about surveillance at her home?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm allowed.
Detective Burnett, she stated that Mr. Edwards came to her home on the night of April 30th while she was at Robinson's house, not Robinson's, Bobby Davis's home in Jackson, and unplugged her security system.
And during the course of your investigation, can you explain if you found any evidence to corroborate that?
At some point during the investigation, I received a screenshot of the messages between Mr. Edwards and Ms. Robinson from Ms. Stringer, who was her attorney.
Objection, Your Honor.
What is your question?
He referred to some unsubstantiated text messages received by him from an attorney.
Sustained.
Do you know at any time if she had an active security system?
No,
So
I'm not sure.
Not sure. I want to kind of go back to the search warrant, the 4th day of May. What caused you to be there with the search warrant?
As I stated before, we received a phone call from a relative saying that his phone was still active and being used. And that was the last known location of Mr. Bobby Davis, which I assume we had phone at that time, so that's why I went to that house.
And you said on the 1st day of May when you encountered Ms. Robinson, after being read her Miranda rights, you asked about the phone?
I believe I asked about the phone before I even interviewed her.
Before you interviewed?
Yes.
And then during this interview, was anybody there present?
Yes.
And did she give you analogies, or can you explain the 2 analogies that she gave you in reference to the shooting at her home?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Can you explain what she said took place?
Objection, Your Honor.
That's a subjective question. Sustained.
During the course of your investigation, did Ms. Robinson tell you that there was any beef between you and Mr. Davis?
I don't recall what she stated, just beef between you two guys.
During the course of your investigation, did you tell you why?
Objection, Your Honor.
What's your objection?
Call for hearsay. Yes, did she tell you why?
Sustained.
Did you interview anybody else during the course of your investigation about the relationships between myself, Ms. Robinson, or any other the moving parts in this case?
I believe I spoke with Mr. Davis's girlfriend and his sister or another relative of his.
And did any of them give you any detail about theories or anything concerning this case?
Objection, Your Honor. Call for hearsay.
Sustained.
You stated earlier, Detective Burnett, that you went to the house on May 4th, and when you got there, you searched and you found Mr. Davis's phone. Did you find the phone, or did she tell you what the phone was?
I believe she told me where the phone was.
And the phone was charged, correct?
If I'm not mistaken, it had 12% battery.
And it had been 3 days since this incident happened, correct?
Yes.
And did she also tell you that the phone had been ringing?
She stated that the phone had been receiving a bunch of phone calls and texts.
And did she also tell you that she didn't touch it?
Objection, Your Honor. Call for hearsay.
Sustained.
So, in your report, I noticed you stated that several times in your report, Ms. Robinson looked towards her attorney for your confirmation.
Your Honor.
Sustained.
Based on your opinion of this investigation, Detective Burnett, did Ms. Robinson seem to lead?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Briefing done.
You can stay.
Detective Burnett, during the course of your investigation, were there any other people that you looked at as suspect?
We look a whole lot on the board when it comes to investigation like that.
You said you looked, can you tell me who they were?
For one, Mr. William Edwards, anybody he was associated with or made phone calls with, or said they had contact with him, we reached out and talked to them.
I mean, can you tell the men and women on the jury who you talked to?
Dwayne Pickett, Mr. Edwards' wife, we spoke to his children, during the search warrant. A few more, but
So at any time did you talk to Ms. Robson's son?
I believe briefly on the scene when I told him to exit the home.
So, just in closing, this is my last. So, the call came in at 5:13.
Yes,
You said-
around 5 or 13,
5:13. You say you arrived around 6,
approximately 6, yes.
and her adult son was still on the crime scene inside the home when you arrived, correct?
Yes, on the north side of the residence.
No further questions.
Any problem?
Detective Burnett, was there any evidence in your investigation that the son was involved?
No, sir.
Was there any evidence in your investigation that Ms. Shannon Robinson was involved?
No, sir.
Was there any evidence of anybody being involved other than William Edwards?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
I'm sorry.
Trying to reach out to my last witness.
Your Honor, do we need to approach?
Yes. Brief indulgence, and I'll see the next witness is available shortly.
Excuse me, gentlemen. He got called by a train, so he's pulling up now.
He's going up now. All right, so we're gonna have to sit and look at each other. The next witness is pulling up. I'm gonna let y'all stretch your legs for a few minutes, so we're taking care of you.
All right. Viewers out of the courtroom.
All right, y'all may be seated. Court being recessed until I give you your minutes. Next witness, you already see that. Is your next witness available?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's go to jury.
Your Honor, this is the last one I have on my
You have to sit until we show to the jury.
All right. The jury is in the courtroom.
Thank you. All right, you all may be seated.
Steps.
Just raise your right hand, you can just. Please swear first, that's when you vaccinate the truth, you got.
I do.
You may be seated.
Test.
May be seated.
Good evening, Officer Fox. How are you?
Good evening, sir.
Thank you for making it on short notice.
Yes.
Can you state for the record your full name?
Anthony Fox.
And how long have you been involved in law enforcement?
I've been in law enforcement since 2007.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Okay, and how long have you been with the Clinton Police Department?
Since November of 2019.
And prior to the Clinton Police Department, can you tell me where you worked?
Jackson Police Department.
And what were your duties at JPD, as Jackson Police Officer?
I started off as a patrolman.
Okay.
After 3 years, moved up the ranks to detective, vice narcotics and canine.
And any special training in gang activity or things like that?
Yes, sir. We went through several trainings, several different trainings, as well as canine work, narcotics advice.
And on May 1st, 2022, you were employed by Clinton Police, correct?
I was.
And you happened to respond to 216 Hannah Drive in response to a shooting, correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
And Officer, can you just tell us a little bit about your initial arrival and what was taking place when you arrived?
Well, we received a cat alert that took us to that location. And once I arrived on scene, it was a pretty hectic scene, should I say. And officers were pretty much at the scene contained. I opened the door on the south side of the residence and noticed a black male, he was laying on his back, deceased at the time. Walked back outside the residence where Ms. Robinson was standing by a white pickup truck that was parked in the driveway.
Okay. And I think in your report, if you got it available, I can provide you. In your report, you say you arrived.
I'm overruled, you may be seated.
According to your report, you arrived at 1731. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. 1731, which will be 5:31 p.m.
And when you arrived, Officer Fox, you said the crime scene wasn't secured.
So this is the red block cross. You need to rephrase.
Was the crime scene secured?
Well, there was officers around the residence, and at the south side door entrance. Yeah.
Did you have to remove anyone from the crime scene?
No, sir.
Did you come in contact with any adult males on the crime scene?
As far as I know, it was Shadow Robinson's children. They were on scene and they later left with family members.
And can you give us a brief synopsis on what you learned during the course of your investigation?
Well, during the course of my investigation, when I arrived on scene, Detective Burnett was already there. I think he was the first on the scene as far as detective wise. I asked him what did he need, kind of assisted him until other detectives can arrive. We got to the location and we learned of the decedent, Mr. Davis. And later on, we transported Ms. Robinson to police headquarters to conduct the interview.
Okay. Can we talk a little bit about that interview? Can you kind of tell us what took place during that interview?
Okay. During the interview, it started at 7:23 p.m. Her attorney arrived on scene and followed us to police headquarters at 7:23 p.m. We began the interview. Detective Barnett advised her of her Miranda rights, which she advised she understood. She went over with her attorney who was present during the questions, and she basically said that
It's the same.
Did Ms. Robinson state who the shooter was in the interview?
yes,
And did you ask for a positive identification of the shooter?
I did.
And what did she say?
She stated it was Polo.
Did she say that she saw Polo shoot?
It's the same as the hearsay. Please rephrase. Officer can't testify.
Did she?
Just a minute, Ron, ruling.
I'm sorry.
Statements are considered hearsay if there's a brought forward the truth of the matter asserted. Want to know about the officer's investigation? You can ask him, did she identify as part of your investigation? But there's an extent of what he can say. Thank you, maybe.
Did she identify in part of your investigation? At any time during that investigation, did she say anything else about the motive or why the shooting took place?
She didn't really go into detail as far as the motive behind the shooting. She just described how the shooting occurred.
And describing how the shooting occurred, did she describe the bagging up shooting or point blank shooting? Can you tell us what she described?
Yes, she basically said that she heard a vehicle pull into the driveway.
I'm gonna allow it. You may answer.
Yes, ma'am.
Just don't state what she said, but much just in general context of what your investigation revealed.
So the investigation revealed that Mr. Edwards pulled into the driveway of 216 Hunter Drive. At that time, she stated that it's Polo pulling into the driveway, something to that extent. She then said Mr. Davis went to the door, opened the door, and she heard multiple shots being fired. She said she came out into the hallway where she noticed Mr. Edwards standing over Mr. Davis, and basically fired one shot while he was laying there. He said, ill effort, put the gun inside his waistband,
turned around, walked out of the residence, got back into a black Ford F-450 dually, and pulled out of the driveway and left.
Now, Detective Fox, you stated that you interviewed her at Clinton Police Headquarters, correct?
Yes,
And that interview room has a video recorder, correct?
yes, it does.
So it would be a video of that interview somewhere, correct?
Yes, sir.
And if I'm correct, and you correct me if I'm wrong, in that interview, did she also say that he was bagging up shooting?
I would have to review that. I don't have that listed in my narrative. I would have to review that.
But she stated to you, but in the end, I'm sorry.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, just so that you understand, the information provided by the law enforcement officers in the scope of their investigation is only for that limited purpose. It's to give you information on the guidance and the steps that they took in determining how to investigate the case. It is not brought forward to determine whether or not the person is or is not, but just steps they took to investigate the case, which is why the judgments are made to hearsay. The witness can testify for herself as to what she recalled in subsequent cross-examination. This witness's purpose is just to provide information in regard to the overall investigation. All right, the objection is sustained. You may.
I'm gonna put up exhibit 69. Just Officer Fox, in your years of dealing with gang stuff like that, can you describe what that is right there? Can you see it?
All right, let me get the jury down.
All right.
You're out of courtroom.
Thank you. You don't need to see it. We have previously, the court has previously ruled that character evidence is not admissible in this case. It is not used to determine whether or not a person is a good person or a bad person. And therefore, anything that would try to in any way be used to depict a person as a person who has a disreputable past or issues is not admissible in the presence of the jury. The court takes position at this point that it appears Mr. Edwards, you're trying to ask questions about gang and gang affiliation and gang past in regard to this victim. That's the only reason to be asking about tattoos and markings. That's not admissible in this case because it's not a matter of whether or not he may have ever committed a crime or done anything, and that it's not relevant in this case and is excluded. The court has already ruled on that issue. Now, if the court is mistaken and the questions were in regard to the injuries, that is fine. But we're not going to get into any testimony in regard to any markings in an attempt to undermine, will not allow that as to the victim, and of course, certainly will not allow that as to the defense.
Your Honor, I think what Ms. Edwards is trying to do is to not impunge Ms. Davis' character or anything else like this, but rather to expose the jury that there may be other than what Ms. Robinson is saying.
His tattoos would not develop their fear.
Okay.
Let's see.
All right. You're in the courtroom.
Alright. Thank you, you all may be seated.
You take the box. There's been testimony throughout the course of the day about conversation you had, prior to my arrest in New Orleans. Can you kind of give the jury a brief answer of what me and you talked about?
Okay, so when I arrived on scene and realized that it was said that Mr. Edwards was the person who shot Mr. Davis. Well, I've known Mr. Edwards as well as Mr. Davis. I've known Mr. Edwards well enough to know his telephone number. So I called him. And after it was said that he was in fact the suspect, I called him and I said, the best thing you can do at this point right now is to turn yourself in. He advised me that he had an attorney by the name of Dennis Sweet, and he was currently in a trial somewhere out of town, and he was waiting until he came back before he turned himself in. But he reassured me that he had every intention on turning himself in.
During the course of your investigation, there were other phone calls. At any time did I try to lose you in those phone calls?
Say that again.
During the course of this investigation, when you called or I called you, did I ever elude or try to elude you about anything about those phone calls?
No, sir.
Okay. And on the day of my arrest, on which was May the 3rd in New Orleans, hadn't we arranged to surrender myself at the FBI headquarters?
Yeah, I spoke with him again. I believe we had executed another search warrant at his residence. And when I got back to my truck, I observed a couple of missed phone calls. And it was from a out-of-state number. At that point, when I called the number back, and it was Mr. Edwards. And he said that he knew we was at the residence, he's going to turn himself in. And I think another situation happened while inside of the residence. I believe his wife came on scene and she was on FaceTime with him. And he advised me again that he already spoke with somebody from the FBI and we were going to arrange for him to turn himself in when he came back in time.
And isn't it true that you also spoke with someone with the FBI to confirm it, correct?
Yes.
And they confirmed that they spoke with me and spoke with you to arrange this,
Yes.
correct? And the reason that we were arranging to meet at the FBI is because I told you that DA wanted me to turn myself into him, correct?
Correct.
You're too slow, I would have sustained it, jury would disregard.
Can you state off spots why I chose to turn myself into you rather than the DA?
Objection. He didn't turn himself.
Sustain, rephrase. Well, actually, it comes from your state of mind, and he can't testify as to your state of mind. So,
Off spots, can you testify to what I told you about what the DA had told me?
Is your base?
it's the defendant's own statement, so he can't be, if he can recall.
You said that you didn't trust the district attorney's office and that you wanted to turn yourself into the FBI.
Are you correct?
Or me, correct.
No further questions.
Any cross?
Just briefly. Detective Fox, you first talked to him on the 1st, correct?
Correct.
And I believe it was, well, what time was it?
It was, so we got the CAD alert at 5:16 p.m.
Okay.
When we got the CAD alert, it came out as someone got shot / William Edwards. So at approximately 5/17,
You called Mr. Evans.
correct, to see in fact if he was the person that was shot.
Where did he say he was?
He stated that he answered the phone. I said, "Are you shot?" He said, "No, man, I'm on the road."
He said he was on the road.
Correct.
And I want to ask you, is this that number? 4070?
Yes, sir.
That you contacted him for?
That's my cell phone number, correct?
517.
Correct.
And so you talked to him the day of the crime?
Correct.
Did you talk to him just once that day?
No, well, yeah, correct. I talked to him that at 5/17. And when I realized that he was implemented in the shooting, when we made it to police headquarters, I attempted to call him back to tell him, all right, you need to turn yourself in so we get your side of the story.
Did he turn himself in that day?
No, sir.
Okay. May 2nd, did you talk to him?
Yes.
Okay. What was the nature of that conversation, if you recall?
So that following morning, we were briefing in reference to the ongoing situation that had took place. I received a little phone call on my personal cell. I took preserved, including the chief of police, warrants, CID. When I answered the phone and it was him, I immediately put the phone so everybody in the conversation. And he basically said, you know, what's going on? I heard y'all looking for me for murder.
Did you encourage him to turn himself in?
Yes, sir. I did.
Talk to him anymore on the 2nd?
No, sir.
But you did encourage him to turn himself in?
Yes, sir.
Did he turn himself in?
No, sir.
Is that true?
I'm not sure if he hired him or not, but he advised us that that was his attorney at the time, and he was waiting on him to come back.
Did y'all speak within this week?
Absolutely. Absolutely not.
Okay. But did he turn himself in on the 2nd?
No, sir.
Okay. What about the 3rd? Did you talk to me on the 3rd?
I don't believe so. No, sir.
Okay. I think you said at some point you spoke to him either the 3rd or the 4th, and he was close to.
Yeah, it was the day that we executed. I think it was the 4th, the day that we executed the warrant of his apartment.
Okay, so you didn't talk to him on the 3rd?
No, sir.
All right. Did you turn himself in on the 3rd?
No, sir.
All right. Did you talk to him on the 4th?
Yes, sir.
All right. And did you again encourage him to turn himself in?
Yes, sir.
Regardless of what attorney you may or may not have talked to, you got to turn yourself in.
Yes, sir.
And did he turn himself in?
No, sir. Not at that time. No, sir.
Now, did you know William Edwards used to date Shadow Robinson?
I was familiar with their relationship, yes.
Okay. No more questions.
Andy, ready?
Yes, sir. Take Fox.
Yes, sir.
You stated that when we spoke on the 2nd, what time or what day was the warrant issued to me?
I was advised by warrants that day. I spoke with you on the phone in Chicago that the warrant was actually cut that day. I had one of the warrants officers there with me, and he specifically told me to say that it is in fact a warrant.
And it was cut on May 2nd, correct?
Correct.
So on May the 1st, I didn't have a warrant for my arrest, correct?
Not to my knowledge.
No further questions.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as I indicated earlier, we're going to start tomorrow at 10:30. I will check you. And but I push it because I can't help you out.
you all more to speak.
All right. Here's out of the courtroom.
Y'all may be seated. How many more witnesses do you anticipate?
Your Honor, I'm estimating roughly 7 tomorrow, a total of 7 left.
Now, let me make sure that you are aware. As far as recalling witnesses, that is not an automatic right. It is at the discretion of the court. And right now, listening to all the testimony the court has heard so far, I've not heard anything that would allow any witness to be recalled. But the court just is advising you to please review Hubbard versus Faith and also to review Whitehurst versus State. It's at the court's discretion as to whether or not witnesses can be recalled. And I haven't heard anything at this point that would allow any witness to be recalled that was not available for a full case in chief. So that's just guidance. I will reserve until I hear the rest of what these other witnesses may testify to. But I just wanted to make you aware.
Okay, Your Honor, if that is the case, then we can't recall at this point, then that would drop it to 5.
I would just advise you to review those cases. It's not often brought up. Most people are aware that it's not an automatic right. It's at the discretion of the court. The standards required for the court to grant that. And the court is listening very closely to our testimony. And right at this point, the court does not see any need to recall any of the witnesses that are previously testified.
I understand that. Thank you.
So if there's nothing further, the court will be at recess until tomorrow morning at 10:30.
All right.